শ্রীবসদে শ্রীগৌরভক্তবৃন্দ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুরা দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করে। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুরা দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করে। দিয়া পদ চায়া শুধু হে আমায় তোমার চরণ ধরে। দিয়া পদ চায়া দিয়া পদ চায়া শুধু হে আমায় তোমার চরণ ধরে। দিয়া পদ চায়া একাকী আমার নাহি পাইব চয় বেগদমি চয় দুঃশুধি চয় গুণ দেহ দাসে। চয় বেগদমি চয় বেগদমি চয় দুঃশুধি চয় গুণ দেহ দাসে। চয় সৎসঙ্গ দেহ হে আমার চয় সৎসঙ্গ চয় সৎসঙ্গ দেহ হে আমার। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর চয় সৎসঙ্গ দেহ হে আমায় চয় সৎ। বসেছি সঙ্গের আসে বসেছি সঙ্গের আসে। চয় সৎসঙ্গ দেহ হে আমায় বসেছি সঙ্গের আসে বসেছি সঙ্গের আসে। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুরা দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করে। একাকী আমার নাহি পাইবা হরি নাম সংকীর্তনে। একাকী আমার নাহি পাইবা একাকী আমার নাহি পাইবা হরি নাম সংকীর্তনে। তুমি কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া, তুমি কৃপা করে, তুমি কৃপা করে শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া। দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম দানে, দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম দানে। তুমি কৃপা করে শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া, তুমি কৃপা শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম দানে, দেহ কৃষ্ণ নাম দানে। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করে। কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পার, তোমার শক্তি আছে। কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পার, তোমার শক্তি আছে। আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলি, আমি তো কাঙ্গাল। সবই লোক আমি তো কাঙ্গাল। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর, ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর, বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর। আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলে, আমি তো কাঙ্গাল কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ বলে। দায়ী তব পাছে পাছে, দায়ী তব পাছে পাছে। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করে। ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করে। ওহে বৈষ্ণব হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে। হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Rupa Manjari Pada Shai Mura Shampada. Shri Rupa Manjari Pada Shai Mor Bhajana Puja, Shai Mor Bhajana Puja, Shai Mor Bhajana Puja, Shai Mor Bhajana Puja. Shri Mura Pranadana, Shri Mura Varana, Shri Mura Shri Mura Pranadana, Shri Mura Bharana, Shri Mor Jivaner Jivan, Shri Mor Jivaner Jivan, Shri Mor Jivaner Jivan. Shri Mura Rashanidhi Siddhi, Shri Mura রসনিধি সেই মোর রসনিধি সেই মোর বাঞ্ছা সিদ্ধি সেই মোর রসনিধি সেই মোর বাঞ্ছা সিদ্ধি সেই মোর বেদের ধারা সেই মোর বেদের ধারা সেই মোর বেদের ধারা সেই ব্রত সেই তপ সেই মোর মন্ত্র জপ সেই ব্রত সেই ব্রত সেই তপ সেই মোর মন্ত্র জপ সেই মোর ধরম করম সেই মোর ধরম করম সেই মোর ধরম করম অনুকূল হবে বিধি সেই পদে হইবে সিদ্ধি অনুকূল অনুকূল হবে বিধি সেই পদে হইবে সিদ্ধি অনুকূল নিরক্ষিবয়ে দুই নয়নে নিরক্ষিবয়ে দুই নয়নে নিরক্ষিবয়ে দুই নয়নে নিরক্ষিব সেই রূপ মাধুরী রাশি প্রাণ কুবলয় শশী সেই রূপ মাধুরী রাশি প্রাণ কুবলয় শশী প্রফুল্লিত হবে নিশিদিনে প্রফুল্লিত হবে নিশিদিনে তুয়া অদর্শন ওহি গরলে জারল দেহে তুয়া অদর্শন ওহি গরলে জারল দেহে চিরদিন তাপি জীবন চিরদিন তাপিত জীবন চিরদিন তাপিত জীবন রূপ কর দয়া देह मुरे पद छाया रूप कर दया रूप कर दया देह मुरे पद छाया नरोत्तम लैल शरण नरोत्तम लैल शरण नरोत्तम लैल शरण नरोत्तम लैल शरण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 जय प्रभुपद जय प्रभुपद नेताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल शिल प्रभुपाद की जय।
हरे कृष्ण। Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. We welcome all to the most auspicious event of the Vyasa Puja ceremony of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki Jai. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki Jai. I take the honor. It's a great honor, privilege, and great pleasure to welcome all of you for this ceremony. Of course, for Giriraj Maharaj disciples, it's a double bonus because we yesterday had it once and now again. And we welcome our distinguished guest also, His Holiness Ananta Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Maharaj, welcome. And all the devotees present here and who will be coming one by one. So, to enter into the very ceremony, the very understanding of the Vyasa Puja, I would like to welcome Her Grace Vilasini Mataji and Bhaktin Sanjana, so that they can come and take us into the actual meaning of the ceremony, take us into the actual mood of the ceremony by telling us the meaning of the Vyasa Puja. Why do we do this Vyasa Puja? So I welcome them both.
हरे कृष्णा नमो ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले प्रभुपादाति प्रिय श्री गिरिराजाय स्वामिने सुभक्त्र शास्त्र विज्ञाय दृढ़शालना शालने राधा रास बिहारी भक्ति आत्मदायिने.
Hare Krishna.
थोड़ा पास.
Meaning of Vyasa Puja. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna tells us that he is present everywhere in the form of time, and by that time's power alone, everyone and everything is destroyed. The influence of time is so subtle that we feel it as changes we desire and changes we hate at every moment. So time, which is Krishna himself, may appear to be a ruthless dictator. Time is a destruction and all manifestations are to be vanquished by the desire of the Supreme Lord. That is law of nature. Gita 11.32 purport. As long as we have the intention to dominate matter, as long as we want power and control, we are subject to creation and destruction under the supreme power of God. However, for those who are searching for the truth and happiness beyond the desire to exploit matter, there is a different plan. Throughout history, such persons have been advised to seek the help of saints. When a saintly Vaishnava appears in this world, we never want to forget him. Although outwardly such saints come under the jurisdictions of time, inwardly they do not. The Vedic tradition, recognizing the importance of these saints, have instituted Guru worship to be performed annually by disciples on Guru Purnima, which falls just before the first month of Chaturmas. Sannyasis, who were meant to lead the society by the ideal example, were also to worship their gurus and their parampara on their own birthday, along with worshipping Srila Vyasdeva on Guru Purnima. Thus, the Vedic culture, being the most comprehensive spiritual tradition known to humankind, established Vyasa Puja in ancient times and insisted that anyone desiring freedom from the tyranny of time accept the principles of serving and worshipping their spiritual master. This ancient institution of Guru Puja was also meant to keep saints alive and present long into the future. We members of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness are fortunate to have been requested by Srila Prabhupada not only to perform annual worship of our founder Acharya, but to keep him firmly present in our lives through daily worship as well. Sometimes in the midst of our busy lives in the passionate world, we overlook the significance of debt we owe to Srila Prabhupada. Yet it is a fact that each of us, whether his initiated disciples, grand disciples or great grand disciples, lives within the shelter he established for us. In that shelter, we are safe to serve, practice our sadhana, and express our personal faith. Because we get knowledge, Vedic knowledge, from the rishis, we must be debtor. Guru Reen, debtor to the spiritual master, to the sages, to the saintly persons, because we are getting knowledge from them. Therefore, the Vyasa Puja is there. Once in a year, the disciples are worshipping the spiritual master and trying to repay what he has received from the spiritual master. Our relationship with God is a fact. Lecture 11th July 1974, Los Angeles. We have heard Srila Prabhupada speak on numerous occasions about the purpose of Krishna consciousness movement. He never failed to warn us about the dangerous position in which we find ourselves in this world, which is fast entering an ignorance of Kali Yuga. He never knew that degradation on all fronts is unavoidable. Yet he still delivered to the West, and later again to India and the East. A message of hope. In the same July 1974 lecture, he stated, "And how can one be happy? So many sinful activities are going on. How they expect to become happy? It is not possible. Sober man becomes unhappy. Paradukha, especially Vaishnava. A Vaishnava has no problem for himself, but he has many problems for others." When Srila Prabhupada was first establishing his mission, he left Sri Vrindavan Dham, where he was living peacefully, where he was fully happy, and traveled to various places in India to share Krishna consciousness and enlist the help of people he knew. Each of them respected his determination and devotion, but none of them believed he could bring about any significant change in the world. But they were all mistaken. His mission was to give Krishna consciousness to the world, and his vision for how he would accomplish this included publishing and distributing his books. In Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita, we read, Srila Prabhupada's ambition was to replace mundane literature with transcendental. And at least in every home there should be one piece of Krishna conscious literature, he reasoned, because if a person read only one page, his life could be turned towards perfection. If 1% of the readers become devotees, he wrote, that will change the world. When Srila Prabhupada finally travelled to the West, he brought with him the Yug Dharma, the process that would transform the hell of the material world into Vaikuntha. He called this process devotional service, a complete lifestyle centering on chanting God's holy name and performing other services for Him. Introducing this consciousness was how he would change everything. In Jai Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti Vikas Swami writes, starting with 40 rupees and a trunk of books, Srila Prabhupada started an international movement comprising temples, farms, schools, and multiple volumes of books published in all major languages. Arriving in America at the fag end of his life, within 12 years he made the Hare Krishna household phrase and sowed the seeds of a culture and spiritual revolution destined to change the world.
Srila Prabhupada created a house in which the whole world could live, and we, his dedicated followers, are asked to assist his mission in whatever way we can. As a society, we should retain his transcendental vibrancy for thousands of years to come and thereby keep his mission alive and faithful to his vision for it. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the avatar of Sri Krishna for Kali Yuga, who began the Sankirtana movement in Sridhar Mayapur, also showed by his own example the significance and the purpose of Vyasa Puja. In Chaitanya Bhagavat, we hear about Nityanand Prabhu's mysterious arrival in Mayapur and how Lord Chaitanya, known then as Vishambara, sent all the Vaishnavas out to find him. No one could, and they returned puzzled. Nityanand Prabhu represents the Guru principle, and he was hiding only if Vishambara himself brought the devotees to where Lord Nityanand was good. They approached him. When Nityanand Prabhu and Vishambara met, their exchange was extraordinary auspicious, and the Vaishnava were amazed to see the intense devotional sentiments they shared. The Vaishnavas felt greatly fortunate to witness such loving exchanges. And once the two lords were finally together, they became inseparable. Vishambara said, "Tomorrow is the full moon day of Guru Purnima. Where will you celebrate Vyas Puja?" Lord Nityanand wanted to observe the ceremony at the home of Srivas Pandit, and Srivas happily accepted the proposal. The following day, Srivas Pandit served as the Acharya for the Vyas Puja observance, and the Vishambara ordered, "Perform the rituals." Placing a beautiful garland in Nityanand's hand, he instructed him to offer the garland to Srila Vyasadeva, the compiler of the Vedas. Acting as if he was bewildered, Nityanand did not follow Shiva's direction, but instead looked around him until he saw Vishambara. Then, breaking the established principle of worship, he approached the Lord and wrapped the garland around his neck. Here we were given an essential glimpse into the meaning of Sri Vyasa Puja. This sacred event of worshipping the Guru is meant to culminate in the worship of the Adi Guru or the Supreme Person, who is the master of everyone and everything. In the lecture given in Hamburg in 1969 to a new group of followers, Srila Prabhupada enlightened us about the importance of praising one's spiritual master and how that praise is passed on to the Lord. All this eulogization about me, people outsiders may think that this man is being flattered and he is hearing his own eulogization, but that is not the fact. It is the test, how they are receiving the message sincerely and expressing their feeling. So, it is going to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As it has come through the channel of disciplic successions, all these praises will also reach to Krishna through that disciplic succession. So, it is not personal thing. These things are required, just like in the military training. They are taught by the officers in different way, in so many ways. Similarly, this is training of Krishna consciousness, so that the feeling of pure consciousness will reach to Krishna. Later, at New Vrindavan in 1972, Srila Prabhupada again addressed his disciple on this topic. So, this is the position of the spiritual master. Don't misunderstand. This person is sitting very comfortably and taking all honors and contribution. It is needed just to teach how to respect the representative of God. This is the sum and substance of Vyas Puja. Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami compares Lord Chaitanya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, to both a gardener who plants and tends a tree and the trunk of tree itself, which supports, sustains and generates the tree's growth. In commenting on this analogy, Srila Prabhupada describes ISKCON as a branch of that unlimited tree, which is both created and sustained by Krishna himself. In order for our ISKCON society to become vibrant, healthy and powerful, we must remain connected to the branch, the trunk and the gardener. When we offer our dedicated homage to Srila Prabhupada, this should be the internal purpose of our glorification. Sri Vyasa Puja is the opportunity we are given to remember our connection. And one last reflection on this important day, having a careful understanding of the meaning and the importance of Vyas Puja is essential. But we should remember that there is no required formalities in Krishna consciousness. Our experience and success in bhakti depends on our intentions as we practice it. Govindas described how in Montreal in 1968 she observed Srila Prabhupada's birthday without understanding the formal procedure of the Vyas Puja ceremony. With affection, she baked Srila Prabhupada the typical double-layer birthday cake one would offer someone celebrating a birthday in the West. After icing it, she brought it to his room with birthday candles aflame. He was surprised and raised his eyebrows in courtesy. When she told him this was how people celebrated birthday in America, he simply nodded. She said, "Srila Prabhupada, now make a wish and blow out the candle with one breath." Srila Prabhupada caught on, and with one deep whoosh of air, he blew out every candle on the cake. Then he laughed and said, I have done good." "Yes," Govinda Dasi laughed. "Now you will get you wish, but you don't have to tell me or anyone what you wished for." I wish only for Krishna, he said, smiling his voice deep. For Krishna and Krishna's service. Now, over 50 years later, we are well trained to how to perform the proper ceremonies, yet at the same time, may we retain our kind, loving, open-hearted simplicity on this sacred occasion, and we pray, as Srila Prabhupada prayed, that one day, by His grace, we too may wish only for Krishna and Krishna's service. The meaning of Vyasa Puja by Jagat Tarini Devidasi. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Vrajvilasini Mataji and Bhaktin Sanjana, for taking us into the right mood of why we are celebrating this Vyasa Puja. As we rightly heard, Srila Prabhupada has very strong, emphatically said that yes, it is very much needed because we are greatly indebted to the great rishis and munis and headed with Srila Vyasadeva, who has given us all these Vedic literatures. So it is very essential that our spiritual master, who is the representative of the entire, just not the Guru Parampara, but also these great sages, these great rishis and munis, the entire Vaishnav Sampradaya, they are representing us. They are representing them for us. So it's very essential, as Srila Prabhupada rightly explained once, just like he said, give an example, how the Viceroy, during British time, the Viceroy used to come to India and used to accept lot of gifts, lot of jewelries, lot of opulences, but they all was passed down to the Queen of England. So in the similar way, when we offer all our feelings, our gratitude, our offerings, it's passed down directly to the Supreme Personality Godhead through the disciplic succession. So it's very, very essential that we take part in this ceremony and rightly present our offering, our heartfelt feelings. So now I will call upon Malati Mataji so that she can read the offering of His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj to Srila Prabhupada.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते श्रीधर स्वामी निति नामिने नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे. This is the offering from His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj to Srila Prabhupada. Dear Srila Prabhupada, on this most auspicious day, 100 years after your appearance in this world, I offer my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to you. I have been meditating on writing this offering for some time, hoping to write something worthy of one of your elder sons. Your greatness is reflected in your disciples and followers. In one sense, if I fail to glorify you nicely, then I am a useless son. Chanakya compares such a son to urine. I enjoy trying to motivate devotees to serve you, but I know that if I can understand what motivated you, Srila Prabhupada, I'll have the perfect formula for helping others. Your life is a wonder, and your achievements are innumerable. You achieved success in both quantity and quality. Your humility was demonstrated in many ways, but especially by your austerity and sacrifice. What motivated you to tolerate so many difficulties? You lost your business, which could have helped you in your work. Your family not only did not support you, but hindered you. What motivated you to remain steadfast in your determination to preach and to serve Lord Krishna? You worked alone with no assistance or encouragement from your God brothers. You tolerated poverty. You always made grand plans for preaching, although you did not have any of the resources to achieve them. What motivated you to be so confident in the face of such obstacles? 2 vicious heart attacks on the boat to America, being alone in a foreign land with an austere plan for salvation, for a generation of hedonists, the constant struggle to establish and maintain an initial base temple. What gave you the courage to face such difficulties? What motivated you to push on? From our infancy in spiritual life, you were guiding, correcting, inspiring, consoling, empowering, and chastising, but always loving us. From 1966 at 26 2nd Avenue to November 14th in Vrindavan, you never stopped serving your disciples. What motivated you to show us such kindness, compassion, and love? Perhaps I know part of the answer because I think you answered my prayer to know you a little better while listening to a cassette tape of a lecture you gave in Vrindavan in 1972. I was meditating on this very question, and as if to enter my thoughts, your voice resounded. The spiritual master is the servant of his disciples because he sees the disciples as representative of his spiritual master. My only qualification is that I try to serve the order of my spiritual master. You never stopped serving your spiritual master. Your mood and your goal was to render unflinching, unconditional, pure service to your beloved spiritual master. You loved him and served him by your body, minds, and words at every second. You loved us through your service to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. If I am to achieve success in my attempt to preach and glorify Lord Krishna, then I must first develop the same mood of service and glorification of you, Srila Prabhupada. It is my remembrance of you that will motivate me to do my duty in Krishna consciousness. The strength I need to conquer my unbridled senses, the humility to suffer the lot of my purva karma in a jolly spirit, without feeling victimized by anyone or anything. It all comes from whatever development of love I have for your divine grace. I don't feel that I have achieved any success, but by studying you in these 11 short years that you were with us, I can get a glimpse of the path, and that is the greatest gift you have given me. Please bless me to become your instrument and to be motivated to achieve your eternal service at some time in the coming millenniums. Your eternal servant, motivated only by you, Sridhar Swami. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Malti Mataji. That was a real wonderful offering of His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj, and a very humble and genuine mood of seeing oneself as the servant of his disciples. Next, I will call upon, is Haripriya Mataji around? Okay, Sachipriya, if she's ready, then we can call upon her so she can give her offering. Sachipriya Mataji.
हरे कृष्णा। यहाँ पर सभी भक्तगण वैष्णवगण को दंडवत प्रणाम। आप सभी के सामने मैं अपने आप को बहुत ही तुच्छ महसूस कर रही हूँ। गुरु महाराज के बारे में ग्लोरिफिकेशन करना मतलब सूर्य के सामने दिया जलाने के बराबर होता है। हिज होलीनेस श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज बहुत ही विनम्र स्वभाव के थे। उनका जीवन शील प्रभुपाद के मिशन को डेडिकेटेड था। जब भी हम श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज से मिलते थे तो वो दो बातें हमेशा कहते थे। एक तो ये कि यारे देखो तारे कहो कृष्ण उपदेश। एक बार हम जब गुरु महाराज के साथ किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में गए लेक्चर के लिए, तो वहाँ के ट्रस्टी ने उनसे कहा कि 200 या 300 स्टूडेंट्स आएंगे आपके लेक्चर के लिए। पर फरवरी का महीना था, शायद एग्ज़ाम का टाइम था, तो हार्डली 40 या 50 स्टूडेंट्स ही आए होंगे। पर उन्होंने अपना लेक्चर दिया नेक्टर ऑफ डिवोशन पर। लेक्चर के बाद सबको कुकीज़ दी, बुक्स दिए, और वहाँ से हम जुहू टेम्पल के लिए रवाना हो गए। उसके बाद जब महाराज कार्तिक मास में वृंदावन गए, उन्होंने भागवतम क्लास दिया। और उसके तुरंत बाद जब वो चले ही जा रहे थे तो सामने से एक व्यक्ति आया, उनको दंडवत प्रणाम किया और उन्होंने कहा कि श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज, आप मुझे जानते हैं क्या? आप एक बार यूनिवर्सिटी आए थे और आपने लेक्चर दिया, फिर उसके बाद श्रीला प्रभुपाद की बुक्स दी, उससे मैं इंस्पायर हो गया हूँ और मैं आगे चलकर दीक्षा भी लेना चाहता हूँ। अगर आज मैं यहाँ पर वृंदावन धाम में खड़ा हूँ अपने परिवार के साथ, तो सिर्फ आपके प्रीचिंग के वजह से, और श्रीला प्रभुपाद की बुक्स मुझे बहुत इंस्पायर करती है। मैं आगे जाकर और भी बुक्स पढ़ना चाहता हूँ। तो महाराज ने उनको लाइफ मेंबरशिप के बारे में बताया और उन्होंने कहा कि अब भागवतम पढ़िए, भागवतम पढ़ के आपका लाइफ बिल्कुल चेंज हो जाएगा। और जब भी महाराज कहीं पे जाते थे तो लाइफ मेंबर बनने के लिए सबको बहुत इंस्पायर करते थे कि आप लाइफ मेंबर बनिए, आप लाइफ मेंबर बनिए। अन्न वितरण करने में और प्रभुपाद के बुक्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने में तो जैसे वो मैराथन में सबसे आगे। और दूसरी बात, जब हम उनसे मिलते थे तो दूसरी बात वो हमेशा ये कहते थे कि इफ़ यू वांट टू किल समवन, फर्स्ट किल योर ईगो। ठीक है, उसका भी एक ज्वलंत उदाहरण है कि महाराज एक बार वृंदावन में या पता नहीं शायद मायापुर में लेक्चर दे रहे थे, तो उन्होंने भागवतम क्लास स्टार्ट किया और स्टार्ट करने से पहले शायद नरसिंह त्रयोदशी था, तो उन्होंने कहा कि प्रहलाद महाराज के जो पिताजी थे वो स्वभाव से राक्षस थे, पर जब नरसिंह देव ने उन्हें अपने पास लिया तो सबसे पहले उन्हें अपने छाती से लगाया, क्योंकि नरसिंह देव जब उनको मारने वाले थे तो उनको पेन नहीं होना चाहिए, इसीलिए उनको गले से लगा और उनका सारा पेन अपने में समा लिया और फिर जाके उन्हें अपने पैरों पर बिठा के फिर उनका संहार किया। भागवतम में, भगवद गीता में लिखा है कि भक्ति मार्ग, भक्ति योग बहुत ही सरल है, आसान है, पवित्र है, पर गुरु महाराज के बिना हमें ये भक्ति योग बहुत ही कठिन लगता है। उनके जाने के बाद भी मैं आज उनके उपदेशों का पालन करती हूँ। उनके जो इष्ट देव है श्री श्री राधा रास बिहारी, उनकी सेवा करती हूँ। कुछ डिसाइबलों को लगता है कि महाराज अब नहीं रहे, पर ऐसा नहीं है। अगर आप उनको प्रसन्न करना चाहते हैं तो श्रीला प्रभुपाद के बुक्स को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कीजिए, उनके उपदेशों का पालन कीजिए, उनके बताए हुए मार्गदर्शनों पर चलिए, तो ही आपका जीवन बहुत ही सरल और उच्च विचारों में घिर जाएगा और आप आगे भी सेवा करते रहोगे। हिज होलीनेस गिरिराज महाराज के बारे में कहना चाहती हूँ एक लाइन, कि जब भी मैं पहले गिरिराज महाराज से मिलती थी तो उनके स्माइल के बारे में सभी लोग यही कहते हैं कि $1 मिलियन स्माइल। ये बात ना मुझे बहुत भाती है उनकी, जहाँ पे भी मिलते हैं बस स्माइल। एक बार तो वो राधा रास बिहारी टेम्पल आए थे, बहुत साल के बाद, देखा जाए तो 5-6 साल के बाद आए थे, और उनके डिसाइबलों ने उन्हें पूरी तरह से घेर लिया था और मैं बहुत दूर खड़ी थी, लेकिन फिर भी वो प्रभुपाद को प्रणाम करने के बाद जब प्रभुपाद के चरणों से फूल उन्होंने लिया और वो सीधा मेरे तरफ चल कर आए और उन्होंने फूल मुझे दिया और कहा कि हाउ आर यू। ये बात सिर्फ हाउ आर यू सुन के ही मेरे अश्रु निकल आए, क्योंकि उनको अभी भी मैं याद हूँ। सची प्रिया अभी भी उनको याद है, उनकी जो स्माइल है वो भी मुझे बहुत भाती है। इसी तरह से मैं अपने ये दोनों जो भी है कहना मैं समाप्त करती हूँ। आप सभी वैष्णवगण को धन्यवाद। परम पूज्य गिरिराज महाराज की, परम पूज्य श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज की, थैंक यू.
Thank you, Sachipriya Mataji. That was a very nice heartfelt offering. It was really very nice to hear about Sridhar Maharaj, how he was really a staunch preacher, and he is the founder of the Vast also, where he wanted corporate preaching, and that's how he united all the three temples, devotees from all the three temples that time, Chowpatty, Juhu and Mira Road, and he got all these devotees who could preach in corporate world. So now I would next welcome Nitai Prabhu. Nitai Prabhu has a long time association with both Maharajas, and he has a lot of personal things to share with all of us. Thank you, sir.
हरे कृष्णा. जोर से बोलो, प्रसाद तो मिलेगा, अभी बना के आए हूँ, कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं. बढ़िया प्रसाद है. जोर से बोलेंगे तो थोड़ा आवाज़ निकलेगी. हरे कृष्णा. कोई बात में दम नहीं दिखता है. हाँ, जोर से बोलोगे. हरे कृष्णा. कृष्णा कृष्णा. हरे हरे. हरे रामा. हरे रामा. राम राम. हरे हरे. नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपदाय भूतले श्रीमती श्रीधर स्वामी इति नामिने. नमस्ते सरस्वती देवं गौरवाणी प्रचारिणी विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य. आज जन्माष्टमी के बाद में लगातार महाराज लोगों का और भगवान श्री कृष्ण का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ दो शब्द बोलने का. गिरिराज महाराज आज से गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज वो दोनों भक्त लोग बैठे थे. उसके बाद में महाराज ने इंट्रोडक्शन दिलाया गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज से कि महाराज, तो हमारे को बोला, पूछा कहाँ से हैं, कहाँ हैं, कहाँ रहते हैं, सब तरह से पूछा. तो बहुत आनंद आया. उसके बाद एक बार मंगला आरती चल रही थी और पहले लाइव मेंबर का स्कोर होता था सुबह सुबह कि किसने क्या बनाया, कितना डोनेशन आया, उस तरह बोला. तो एक बार 5 मेंबर हमने बनाए थे एक ही दिन में. तो महाराज ने हाथ पकड़ के पीछे परिक्रमा में ले गए और परिक्रमा में लागे तो बोले, क्या बोला था कि 5 मेंबर बने. मैंने कहा, महाराज तो बोलते वही नहीं बोला हूँ. बोले नहीं, आप बताइए. बैठे फिर ऐसे पीठ पे शाबाशी दी, इसी तरह प्रचार करना और देखना. और एक बार महाराज 2 लाख रुपए लाए. तो उस समय 2 लाख रुपए बड़ी चीज़ थी. तो हमारे से पूछा कि आप लाइव मेंबर बनाए तो कितनी बार पुराने लाइव मेंबर को मिले. मिले तो नहीं है, फिर मिलना है. मेरा ये बात ठीक है. तो एक आदमी ने लाइव मेंबर का एक फार्म भरा जिसने उनको बुलाया था. फार्म भरा और भरने के बाद में वो तो जानता है साधु लोगों को देना है, और नाम किसी का नहीं था उस पर. तो हमारा आदमी ने ले लिया. हमारा जो पार्टनर था उसने ले लिया. तो बोले एक मेंबर बन गया. बड़ी खुशी की बात है. महाराज भी बड़े तरीके से चालाकी से कार्य करते थे. तो महाराज ने उस सेठ ने पूछा, महाराज आपको फार्म मिला? मैंने अपने सर्वेंट के साथ भेज दिया था. बोले नहीं, वो सब ठीक है, आपको मिला कि नहीं. तो जैसे ऑफिस खुला और लेदर देखते रहे किसने लिया ये फार्म. तो फिर लिखा है, उसको बुलाया हमारे पार्टनर को. वो डर गया कि अब महाराज पूछेंगे क्या, किस संबंध में पूछेंगे. तो हमने बोला बोल देना है इस तरह से. मैंने कहा वही महाराज, उसके बाद में कोई इतना जानता नहीं था बोलने के लिए. तो मैंने कहा महाराज किसी साधु को देखता है दे देता है. तो उसका नाम तो किसी का मेंशन नहीं था. तुम तो हमारे कोई बात नहीं। देखा कि महाराज ने बोले आया तो लिया है पर आइंदा मत लेना, ऐसा करके पूछा, कहा। मैंने कोई बात नहीं। उसी दिन महाराज ने उस सेठ ने बुलाया था उनके वहाँ प्रसाद लेने के लिए। प्रसाद लेने के लिए बुलाया, उसके बाद में प्रसाद वसाद लिया, बैठे, सब बातचीत हुई। वो 2 लाख रुपए दिए। मुझे वापस बुलाया कि आप एक लाइफ मेंबर को बनाते हैं तो 2 लाख रुपए ला सकते हैं। मैंने ट्राई करेंगे महाराज, ऐसी कोई बात तो नहीं है, कोशिश तो पूरा करेंगे। तो उनने कहा कि नहीं, बोलना तो नहीं चाहिए पर आपको मतलब है ना इसी से ट्राई करना चाहिए। उसमें 2 लाख रुपए हम कुछ मांग, मतलब कि मेंबर बनने के लिए भी तो सोचते थे 10 बार। उस समय महाराज जी 2 लाख रुपए का बहुत बड़ी चीज़ कहते थे। 83 की बात है। तो कहा महाराज ठीक है, नेक्स्ट टाइम के लिए ध्यान रखेंगे। तो बड़े बड़े लोगों से मिलो। तो एक तरह से उत्साह दिलाने के लिए महाराज बड़ा उत्साह बहुत था उनके कहने में, विचारों में। और प्रसाद बांटने के लिए आज कहाँ जाएंगे, फुटफुलाई का प्रसाद बांटने के लिए हम दोनों काम करते थे। तो बोले अच्छा वो स्वामी जी आए, वो भी प्रसाद बांटेंगे, हम भी बांटेंगे। तो एक बार लेके गए, वो प्रसाद भी बांटते थे। बोले इस तरह से प्रोग्राम चलना चाहिए। बड़ा आनंद था। गिरिराज महाराज वास्तविक था, वैष्णव के आदिन के हम सब उनके ऋण हैं और अच्छी तरह से प्रचार करने का सिखाया है। तो वाक्यों में इसी तरह से श्रीधर स्वामी भी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उनने सिखाया है। श्रीधर स्वामी जहाँ पे नहीं जाएगा, एक बार हम लोग को डोनेशन मांगने का कहा, मंदिर से कोई पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, आप चाहते हैं क्या? मैंने वो रथ यात्रा थी, उसमें महाराज मंदिर में मतलब मंदिर में फंड नहीं है और आप मतलब किसी तरह से जाओ। तो एक आदमी के पास गए, उसने कहा क्या क्या लगेगा आपको? मैंने आप जो देंगे उसको भगवान को भोग लगा के दे देंगे। मतलब अच्छा ठीक है, शाम को आना, तो आपका एड्रेस दे दो, शाम को हम मतलब वहाँ पे बना के दे देंगे। तो शाम को उनने प्रसाद दिया और हमारे को देखने आया कि सब कुछ है उनके पास, सामान सब कुछ है, तो कोई कमी है? तो कोई तरह की कमी नहीं थी। खाली पूछा आ गया सामान, देखा तो उनकी तरफ से पूरा प्रसाद हो गया। तो श्रीधर स्वामी बोले कौन था वो, मेरे को उनके पास ले जाओ। मैंने महाराज ये तो ठीक है ले जाएंगे पर अभी इस वक्त नहीं गए। तो पूरा प्रसाद दिया। उस समय कपिला बाबू प्रेसिडेंट थे, तो कुछ भी पैसा नहीं लगा। मैंने कपिल बाबू केवल ये जो लेबर लोगों का है उसका पैसा दे देना, वो तो चलेगा, बाकी सब पैसे ये ले आए हैं। बोले कोई बात नहीं हो रही। श्रीधर स्वामी बड़े खुश हो गए और व्यवस्था आज भी उसके आधार पर हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, कोशिश पूरा कर रहे हैं कि इससे ज़्यादा बढ़े और इससे ज़्यादा 25 आज भगवान 125 साल हुए हैं, तो मैं कोशिश पूरी कर रहा हूँ, इस साल भी जिंदा रहा तो कोशिश करेंगे। हरे कृष्णा। धन्यवाद। हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्णा।
श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज की, गिरिराज महाराज की जय। हरि बोल।
Thank you so much, Nitai Bro. That was really heartfelt offering. Now I will like to call upon Haripriya Mataji and Sachi Sutta Prabhu. They both will read His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj's offering for Srila Prabhupada's 125th birth anniversary.
उधर लगा दीजिए।
Hare Krishna. His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj's offering for Srila Prabhupada on his 125th birth anniversary. It is entitled, How Shall I Take Shelter of One More Merciful Than You? My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace and to your sublime mercy. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 2, verse 23 is very significant. Not only is the verse beautiful, but it also has historical significance, because when after 16 years Sukadeva Goswami came out of the womb, he left home immediately and his father Srila Vyasadeva followed him into the forest. And when Vyasadeva came closer enough to his son, from Srimad Bhagavatam, one describing Krishna's, he recited two verses from Srimad Bhagavatam, one describing Krishna's beauty from the 10th canto, and this verse describing Krishna's mercy.
When Sukadeva Goswami heard these two verses, the one describing Krishna's mercy and the one describing Krishna's beauty, he became attracted. Although liberated, he became attracted by Krishna's transcendental qualities, and he came back to hear Srimad Bhagavatam from his father. I quote this verse today because it reminds me of how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than you.
Srimad Bhagavatam 3.2.23. Aho bakiyam stanakalukutam Jingasya payat api asadvi lebhe gatim dhatri uchitam tatanyam kamva dayalum sharanam vrajema. Translation. Alas, how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than him, Lord Krishna, who granted the position of mother to the she-demon Putana, although she was faithless and had prepared deadly poison to be sucked from her breast. Purport. Here is an example of the extreme mercy of the Lord, even to his enemy. It is said that a noble man accepts the good qualifications of a person of doubtful character, just as one accepts nectar from a stalk of poison. In his babyhood, the Lord was administered deadly poison by Putana, a she-demon who tried to kill the wonderful baby. And because she was a demon, it was impossible for her to know that the Supreme Lord, even though playing the part of a baby, was no less than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His value as the Supreme Lord did not diminish upon his becoming a baby to please his devotee Yashoda. Or Lord may assume the form of a baby or a shape other than that of a human being, but it does not make the slightest difference. He is always the same Supreme. A living creature, however powerful he may become by dint of severe penance, can never become equal to the Supreme Lord.
Lord Krishna accepted the motherhood of Putana because she pretended to be an affectionate mother, allowing Krishna to suck her breast. The Lord accepts the least qualification of the living entity and awards him the highest reward. That is the standard of his character. Therefore, who but the Lord can be ultimate shelter? The Lord is absolute. He is also good for everyone, and he is neutral towards everyone. He is always thinking of how to do good for others. So even if one approaches him as an enemy, he will try to do good for the person. As in the case of Putana, although she came to kill Krishna by administering the poison from her breast, he elevated her to the position of a nurse like a mother in the spiritual world. And the merciful as he is, you are even more merciful.
You said that it is a mark of a good man that he sees the good side, not the bad side of others. You gave the example of your Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta had a disciple named Kunja Bihari Das. People used to call him Kunja Babu, who you said came to do business with your Guru Maharaj to profit personally from his relationship with him and from his service in the Gaudiya Mat. But you said that your Guru Maharaj did not focus on Kunja's dark side, that he was coming to make business, but on his bright side, that he was coming to offer service.
In your conversation with Bob Cohen on February 28, 1972 in Mayapur, you said, Putna Rakshasi, she offered Krishna poison, but Krishna is so nice that he thought, she took me as my mother, so he took the poison and delivered her. Krishna does not take the bad side. A good man does not take the bad side. He takes only the good side. Just like one of my God brothers, he wanted to make business with my Guru Maharaj, but my Guru Maharaj did not take the bad side. He took the good side. He thought, he has come forward to give me some service. So this verse reminds me of you. How shall I take shelter of one more merciful than your divine grace? There was no one more merciful than you. Lord Nityanand is most merciful, and you manifested the same quality of mercy as Nityanand Prabhu.
In Bombay, you received a phone call from the temple president in Calcutta, who reported that one of your earliest disciples from America had come to Calcutta and was smoking ganja, marijuana, and asked what to do. You instructed your secretary to relay your response. Tell him that if he doesn't stop smoking ganja, I will reject him. Afterwards, Tamal Krishna Goswami asked, is it true that if he doesn't stop smoking ganja, you will reject him? And you said, no, I cannot reject anyone. And you said, no, I cannot reject anyone. The mercy of Lord Nityananda has no limit.
Then maybe 2 years later, we were in Juhu and you had a disciple who fell into bad company and was living on Juhu beach with a bogus so-called yogi and doing tricks. He was putting a coin in one ear and then making it come out the other. Different strange things to collect money, and he was known as your disciple and as a member of ISKCON. So Tamal Krishna Goswami approached you and said, this is happening and he is giving you a bad name and giving ISKCON a bad name. You should reject him. And again you replied, I cannot reject anyone. Tamal Krishna Goswami asked, but don't you have to draw the line somewhere? And again you said, the mercy of Lord Nityanand has no limits. Srila Prabhupada, you are the manifest representative of Lord Nityanand Prabhu, and if forgiveness is like his, how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than you?
Another similar quality of yours is that you were always willing to give someone a chance to take up Krishna consciousness. Around 1976, a strange man with a PhD came to the Juhu temple and said he wanted to join, and you invited him to stay upstairs with your personal staff in the flat adjoining yours. And you spent quite a bit of time with him. Hamsaduta Prabhu was visiting at that time, and he told you, Prabhupada, you were just wasting your time with this man. He is never going to amount to anything, but you kept spending time with him. And in the end, the man left. He never did amount to anything. But when Hamsaduta mentioned that to you, you said, I could see that he never was going to amount to anything. You replied, I wanted to give him a chance.
Another person whom you encouraged was Dr. C.P. Patel, who would almost always accompany you on your morning walks on Juhu Beach. You had a friendly relationship with him, but Dr. Patel would sometimes speak like a Mayavadi. You would accuse him, you are a Mayavadi, and Dr. Patel would reply, no sir, I am a Vaishnava, a pure Vaishnava. One morning, Dr. Patel and you had a huge argument. Dr. Patel would bring up different so-called holy men of India, and if they were not up to the standard, you would criticize them. So one morning, you were criticizing one of Dr. Patel's favorite revered so-called saints of India, and Dr. Patel had a huge argument. He raised his voice to you and you raised your voice to him. The two of you were literally shouting at each other, and Dr. Patel's friend, his cronies, were trying to pull him away, saying, "Don't upset Swamiji, he has a heart condition," and eventually they pulled him away.
Back at Hare Krishna land, Tamal Krishna Goswami approached you in your room and asked, "What is Dr. Patel's position? Is he a Vaishnava or a Mayavadi, an impersonalist?" In response, you told a story about a man. In response, you told a story about a man who could speak many languages. In whatever language people addressed him, he would respond fluently. No one could figure out where the man was actually from. After much discussion, a neighbor said, "I will find out." So one day, when the man was preoccupied, the neighbor came up behind him and gave him a big whack. And when the man started to curse in his native language, his origin was disclosed. Dr. Patel is like that, Prabhupada said. He can speak expertly. He can sound like a devotee, sound like a Vaishnava, sound like a Mayavadi, sound like anything. But when I gave him a slap where it literally hurt, this was so-called saintly person that he revered, his real language came out. So why do you put up with this? Tamal Krishna asked. He is so offensive. It is our duty to engage everyone, you said. You wanted to give Dr. Patel a chance. And as the years passed, Dr. Patel developed great affection for you. And after you left this world, he wrote a beautiful article for Back to Godhead about his relationship with you. The article was titled, "My Life's Most Precious Moments," with the subtitle, "A Bombay doctor wins the title Big Fool and loves it," because you would always call Dr. Patel a Mudha. You would say, "I am not saying this, Krishna is saying, Namam Namam Dushkrito Muda." Anyone who doesn't surrender to Krishna is a Muda, fool. So how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than you? Your divine grace had so many wonderful qualities, but your most significant quality, for us especially, was your extreme mercifulness.
You had a good friend in Bombay named Bhogilal Patel, who was extremely pious. The first devotee to meet him was Gargamuni, and when Gargamuni was explaining your work, Bhogilal wept profuse tears of appreciation. One day, years later, Bhogilal Patel came to meet you in your flat at the back of Hare Krishna land. I had a close relationship with Bhogilal, said Bhogilal, so I thought I brought him up to meet you. The two of you were talking, and as natural in a conversation, when you were speaking, I would look at you, and when Bhogilal was speaking, I would look at him. But at one point, when Bhogilal was speaking, I looked at you, which you were not expecting, and I saw that you were looking at me with such love and affection, like a father or a grandfather. By age, you were more like a grandfather. I was surprised that you were looking at me with so much love. But as soon as you saw me looking at you, you changed your expressions and became grave and serious. I think it was some special mercy that I got a glimpse of how much love you had for us, which you didn't usually show very openly. Your love for us was manifest in your care for us, and your giving us the knowledge of Krishna consciousness and engaging us in Krishna's service.
You were very reserved about touching people, including even disciples. In 1971, in Gorakhpur, as guests of Hanuman Prasad Podar of Gita Press, we were staying in his large estate, Sri Krishna Niketan, which had previously been his personal residence. You were traveling with your small Radha Krishna deities, and you wanted to establish an altar for them in Sri Krishna Niketan. You wanted some foliage for the altar, so you sent a couple of devotees, including me, to collect some. I went out to a thickest and was collecting branches with leaves. I wasn't tearing them live. I was looking for branches and leaves that had fallen. I just kept going deeper and deeper into the woods and collecting more and more foliage, and eventually I had a huge bundle, as much as I could possibly carry. So I lugged the bundle back to Sri Krishna Niketan and went up the stairs. And when I reached the temple room, you were there and the altar was being set up. I just dropped the bundle on the floor and offered my obeisances. And while I was on the floor, you patted me on the back. It was one of the only times, maybe the only time, that you physically touched me. I looked up and saw you smiling broadly. I didn't know if you even needed any more foliage, but you were pleased by my effort. Again I ask Srila Prabhupada, how shall I take shelter of one more merciful than you? Thank you for your ongoing causeless mercy, which like Lord Nityananda Prabhu's has no limit. I pray to serve your merciful lotus feet eternally, and in doing so, share your sublime mercy with others. Hare Krishna, your eternal servant Giriraj Swami.
Thank you so much, Haripriya Mataji and Sachisuda Prabhu. That was indeed a very heartfelt offering. Whom can we actually take shelter of more merciful than Srila Prabhupada? And that same right mood which Maharaj has set us, whom can we take shelter of more merciful than these two personalities whose Vyasa Puja is today? And in these in today's Vyasa Puja day, they are more merciful and they are more giving shelter today to all of us. Now I would like to welcome His Grace Gokuleshwar Prabhu. He can come and give his offering.
Hare Krishna. Om Agyantimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So one of my first brief exchange with His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj was at Mumbai International Airport. Once Maharaj arrived here, I think last time when he arrived, late night flight, and Brajepu was a bit unwell, so he told me to go and receive Maharaj with a garland and inform him that Brajepu is unwell, so he cannot come. He will meet him tomorrow. So then I thought I'll be just alone there with a garland. It was late night, whom should I tell to come with me? But when I reached airport, there were so many devotees with garlands and flowers waiting to receive Maharaj. And then Maharaj came, and such a long flight, but very sweetly smiling, he accepted obeisances and garlands and welcome from all the devotees, and I got an opportunity to garland him, and I told him that Brajepu sent me, he is not well, he will meet you tomorrow. So that was my first brief exchange. Then during 40th anniversary, we all who were coordinating it very much wanted Giriraj Maharaj to be here with us, but somehow he couldn't come. And there were lots of email communications with him wherein he was thinking, I will talk to my doctor, maybe I can come, maybe I can't come. So finally, when he cannot come, so he sent some of his excerpts from the book, the recent book Juhu Story. It was not yet published. So Maharaj sent some pages he said, this you can read on my behalf. These are finalized. So Brajapu told me that in the morning session, we will read Maharaj's pages, what he has sent, his speech. Then I was saying, Brajapu, that if we get Maharaj online, Skype, that one we didn't use Zoom, Skype, that will be nice. Brajapu said, no, it will be late night at that time. Our morning session is at 8 o'clock in the temple hall. But then I told Brajapu, maybe I will write him, maybe he will adjust. So I wrote a big WhatsApp message to Giriraj Maharaj that if you come live in the morning, all devotees will be assembled. So instead of we reading the speech, you can speak. So by the time Maharaj saw the message, our session was concluded. It was 9:30 a.m. here and it was 10 p.m. in Houston. So Maharaj replied at 10 p.m. He said that I just finished my Sunday evening class, and it is already 10 p.m. here. But if you want, I will speak for half an hour. But then devotees are already gone for prasadam. So then I wrote to Maharaj that the session is concluded, devotees have gone for prasadam. Will you please speak evening 7:30 p.m. That will be 8 a.m. Maharaj's time. Maharaj said yes. So I told Brajapu, Maharaj is going to speak in the evening. And Brajapu said, you should again confirm with Maharaj early morning whether he is available or not. So we didn't announce it much, but some of the devotees knew Giriraj Maharaj is going to speak live in the evening. So in the evening, session started here in the lawns, and I was trying to connect to Giriraj Maharaj, but he has not yet responded, he has not yet reconfirmed. So finally, Maharaj replied, he said, what will I speak? What is the purpose of this? So he was saying no. Then I said, Maharaj, can I call you? So I called him. I said, Maharaj, morning we heard from you, and now devotees would be happy to hear live from you. Then Maharaj saying, no, it's not required, let others speak. I said, Maharaj, every single speaker who is here, who is guest coming, they are asking only one question, where is Giriraj Maharaj? Why he is not here? And every single speaker in his speech many times is mentioning your name. Ju means Giriraj Maharaj. So all the devotees would be very happy when they hear from you. Maharaj said, no, let them speak. So Maharaj was saying no. Then I sent some photos of the lawn and so many audience gathered and so many devotees sitting on the stage and Loknath Maharaj and Jagat Purush Prabhu, and I gave the names, these are the devotees here and they are eager to hear from you. So it went back and forth, and finally Maharaj said, okay, I will speak. That's how we connected Maharaj on Skype, and before connecting we had to test Maharaj's lightning, audio, video. So I had good private moments. Very patiently Maharaj would respond. I would talk to him very fast, as my weakness, very speed. And Maharaj would very patiently respond, and he spoke for half an hour and devotees were very jubilant. So at the end I thought maybe I have irritated Maharaj because I multiple times contacted him. He was saying no. I was saying please. So I sent a message to him, thank you Maharaj. And Maharaj, such a sweet message he sent me. He said, thank you for persisting me for speaking. So I was thinking I irritated him, but he was very sweetly, and he said, thank you for making arrangements. So that was one very sweet exchange. And that day we offered very nice, beautiful dress to Shri Radha Ras Bihari by Vishwadevi Mataji. So I sent that to Maharaj. I said, Maharaj, this is the new dress offered to Radha Ras Bihari on the occasion of 40th anniversary. And Maharaj was very happy to receive that. He said, yes, Vishwadevi Mataji is perfect and expert in her service, and the DT outfits are very nice. And he said the garlands are very nice. They are exactly complementing the colors of the outfit. So that's how many times I had multiple exchanges through Brajai Prabhu with Giriraj Maharaj over some small services, on email, And Maharaj is very personal and very affectionate in his emails, and his replies are very mature, very experienced. And Brajepu and our seniors always say that whatever we are doing in Jew, if there is any confusion, we can ask Giriraj Maharaj. This happened recently also on Janmashtami. And he received so many instructions from Srila Prabhupada, and he has so much experience as temple president of Jew, that whatever he says is final word for us. And that's how he has given us this book, in which there are lots of pastimes of Juhu, his pastimes with Srila Prabhupada, and lots of management instructions, how we should manage devotees, how should manage temple. So these are brief exchanges I had with Maharaj, and his lectures are very astounding. It says that Maharaj takes lots of pauses as he speaks. Most of you must have experienced. And one very great orator said that a person who takes lots of pauses as he speaks, he is a highly intelligent person, because he thinks and chooses his words before speaking, so that the audience can understand. So that's his versatile speech Maharaj has for his audience, and very patient. So today on the Vyasa Puja day, I pray to Maharaj, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj, to bless me so that I can continue serving devotees and continue serving Sri Sri Radharaj Bihari in the mission of Srila Prabhupada. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. And today we are also celebrating His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja. Even with Sridhar Swami Maharaj I had very brief interaction. One of the first interaction is when I joined, Sridhar Swami Maharaj at that time was away from Juhu. And he came later, few months later, or maybe a year later. And at that time I was part of Brahmachari Council. So we arranged Brahmachari class for Sridhar Maharaj. So Maharaj came in one of our Brahmachari rooms, and all devotees were seated, Maharaj was seated, and he was reciting Mangalacharan before the class. And I was given a garland to offer him. I was just a new bhakta. So going close to a sannyasi, a new bhakta, I was a little hesitant, shy, fearful, and Maharaj is reciting Mangalacharan. So I took the garland and stood little away from him. And while reciting Mangalacharan, he saw me. So in between Mangalacharan, with his eyes, he called me, "Come here." And he bent his head and received the garland. He put me very much at ease. And then he gave a very strong Brahmachari class. Next day he gave Srimad Bhagavatam class in the temple, and I still remember one very interesting episode happened in the class. So when he was giving class, the darshan of the altar opened, which happens every day between class. And all the devotees paid obeisances. Many devotees do that. And Maharaj's facial expressions changed at that time. And Maharaj said, You all are fools. So many times I told, during Bhagavatam class, even when the altar opens, you don't need to pay obeisances, because you are hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. So when you pay obeisances, the speaker gets distracted. So don't need to pay obeisances. During Bhagavatam class, when the altar opens, you are already serving Krishna by hearing Krishna Katha. That was strong. But Maharaj is very funny also. So he said, you all are fools. Then he said, I am also a fool. Because so many times I am telling you this, but you are not listening. But again I am telling you, so I am also a fool. So he put everybody at ease, but that was a very important instruction, and I also follow that instruction. So Maharaj was particular about it. One more funny thing is, once I was going from our lobby, guest house lobby, towards ashram, the main path. And earlier we had 3-4 autos. So there was one auto parked near the Rath. and my eyes went just on the edge of the auto, there was some saffron cloth. So I thought, saffron cloth, who is sitting in the auto, brahmachari like that? You know, it's not good for brahmacharis to go and sit in auto. What they are doing there? What brahmacharis will go and sit in a parked auto? So I went and saw Sridhar Maharaj sitting there. And he's playing chess with somebody there. I didn't know what to say. I paid obeisances and came back. So Maharaj is quite intellectual and funny, I understand. So that was a sweet experience. And then Maharaj's room was near IYF office, and at that time he was very ill. Adbhut Hari Prabhu and Mayapur Prabhu used to serve Narsinga Kutir, right? Narsinga Kutir. So sometimes we would get prasadam, Narsinga prasadam. But Maharaj was quite ill, so we couldn't meet him. And Maharaj displayed his humility once he was admitted in Bhaktivedanta hospital, and some brahmacharis went to meet him. I was very new at that time, so the brahmachari returned back after meeting him. I was staying with them in the room, so they were talking about their exchange with Maharaj. So Maharaj told to one of the brahmacharis that I am in this body suffering because I have committed lots of offenses to devotees. So he was expressing how as a temple manager, temple president, he may have, some devotees may have unpleasant experiences. And that happens in management. Management is such service. So all managers, we should understand that by our decisions and policies, sometimes devotees get unpleasant experiences, and we should be careful not to commit offenses. And Maharaj was sharing that. So on this Vyasa Puja day, I pray to His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj to bless me so that I continue my service to all the devotees and in the mission of Srila Prabhupada to Radha Ras Bihari. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Gokula Prabhu. That was indeed a very nice exchanges with Maharajas and a wonderful experience which Prabhuji has shared with us. Now I would like to call upon Mukund Madhav Prabhu that he can give his offering.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj is a perfectionist in anything that he does. I had a very close experience of serving him in the early 90s when Maharaj was here. There were so many managerial decisions in which he was actually part of it. He was even preparing letter for suspending the staff who were causing nuisance. And he would, it's like an official letter. Sometimes you will find in official letter so many mistakes, somewhere comma is missing, somewhere comma is there. But Maharaj, even a very simple letter also, official letter also, which nobody really goes so much into deep, he will be very specific, perfectionist. And not only he was perfectionist at the time, even recently when Maharaj was writing the book, I will build you a temple, the Jugu story. He was very, very specific about every tiny details, including the names of the life members, how they were spelt also. Sometimes some names are spelt in different ways. So he was very specific. So I had a good opportunity of serving him by providing exact details. He would ask me, what is this name, how it is spelled. I would send the exact detail of life membership, old life membership form, 1972, 73, 74, all those years. So, in the book, Maharaj has written how when he came to first India, they were in the Cairo airport, and there was actually, the president was assassinated and there was a big problem, and a lot of military built up there, and all the devotees came out of the aircraft on the tarmac. They were chanting, and Giriraj Maharaj was very serious, chanting. Even though there were so many commandos with the gun and things like that, he was completely concentrated on chanting. So I was listening to Maharaj. Maharaj recently, of late, is putting so much effort in chanting. He has japa sessions on the Facebook Live. So, to sit in front of the camera and so attentively chanting is something which is supposed to be the fruit of our sadhana. We are supposed to be attentively chanting. Giriraj Maharaj was a GBC member, a bureau member, and BBT trustees and all those things. He has actually resigned from all those things. And he is putting, for writing the book, he has put so much effort and gave a masterpiece of history of ISKCON Jugu, history of ISKCON, and Jugu a part of it. And I could see that, he is not worried about anything else. He was, when he is sitting in chanting, perfection. So he is a perfectionist. So in chanting also he was trying to do the perfection, which is actually most important. Kirtaniya Sadahari. And that is what we are supposed to achieve by doing all those things. And His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj is exhibiting those qualities, wonderful qualities, which we can actually learn from. So, on this auspicious occasion, we pray at the lotus feet of Shri Radha Ras Bihari for his long, healthy life, as well as pray that he comes soon here so that we can take his personal association, and also beg for the blessings, his blessings, so that we can also imbibe those wonderful qualities that he is exhibiting. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj, everybody knows, whatever he did, he actually used to do in a big way. He never used to do small things, and he was very bold, taking bold steps. And the Bhishma department was something like, people thought, this Maharaj, what is he doing? Computer is Maya, and what is he doing with computer? Those days, by the way, 1988, 89, even to print, even to take a laser printout, in those days there was only one printer in the entire Hare Krishna land. That was in BBT. We used to go to BBT to take a laser printout. All everywhere dot matrix printers and things like that. Then later on, those days he got so many computers, and people said, what is this Maharaj doing? And he had a very far-sighted vision about preaching. And he figured out something which people are figuring out now after 25 years. So in direct mail, one thing that has appeal value. Appeal value is something, which people will get impressed and try to be part of the campaign. Appeal value. You can write any letter down. Sometimes people think, in Bhishma you write any letter, money will come. No, it doesn't work like that. It all depends upon what is written, how it is written. And Sridhar Maharaj was he's a pioneer. He's a pioneer. And his mails were very appealing. Means when a person reads, he should feel that, hey, very nice this is, I should do something about it. That is appeal. It's appeal letter, it is supposed to be appealing. Sridhar Maharaj figured out this Annadan is very potent and all meals were based upon Annadan. And he started some campaign called Sangeeta Letter. There was a small girl, Sangeeta, and she is very poor and suffering, doing some laborious work. These are all like very, kind of landmark appeal letters. He created the entire story and then, he would make the people to give donation. It was a then you would have another one called Raju. You would get different characters like. These are all small boys, poor boys giving, starving and we are giving prasad. Hunger, is that what they have known? His all slogans and his punchlines are very, very powerful. So much so that the entire Bhishma department, big foundation was laid. And it was a very, very successful, so much so that even today, around the world, people ask how the Bhishma department is doing, how this was successful, what are the different things we can do about. So, with Sridhar Maharaj's blessings, Bhishma department is doing very well, and we are also starting one special campaign now called, in the same line, we are following the parampara, footsteps of Sridhar Maharaj, Annadan, and this is like, malnutrition. Malnutrition, death is happening in a very high scale. 880,000 children in India die in a year due to malnutrition. If Sridhar Maharaj was there, he would have grabbed it. So on his behalf, we are trying to grab that actually. So based upon malnutrition to do serving the prasad, it's a one campaign that we are initiating. And on this auspicious occasion, we pray at the lotus feet of His Holiness Sridhar Maharaj that this campaign also does well and becomes successful on this auspicious day. We pray for His blessings and start this program. And with that, His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki, His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mukund Mahaprabhu. That was really wonderful that you shared with all of us. That was true. Sridhar Maharaj was really a pioneer in everything. When it came to corporate preaching, when it came to Bhishma department, and even bringing those computers in Hare Krishna land. Now I will yesterday morning I went to Haridas Prabhu to call him for this program, and our ITV Haridas Prabhu, he told me that he would personally call Maharaj and speak to him, and he said to me that that Maharaj has written something about him in his book, I'll Build You the Temple. And I told him, yes, recently I just read about you. One whole page is all about you, how you came in Hare Krishna land. So he wanted us to read this whole one page which Maharaj has dedicated for him. So I would ask Adbhut Hari Prabhu to kindly do so. That is the offering of Haridas Prabhu. He said that this is actually my offering.
Hare Krishna. One day, a couple of weeks later, a new man came to the temple, wanting to join. When surprised that he had just shown up out of nowhere, I asked about his background. He said that his name was Shekhir Kumar Ghosh. He was Bengali. He had been in prison for pickpocketing and stealing. And while there, he had seen a copy of Back to Godhead. He had been attracted by a photograph of Srila Prabhupada, especially Prabhupada's wristwatch, and he had decided that he wanted to work for him. If not, as he later told me, steal his watch. So as soon as he had been released, he had come to Hare Krishna land. He wanted to meet Srila Prabhupada and become a devotee. I explained to the man that Prabhupada was not in Bombay and that he would have to wait until he returned. As became policy for new people who walked in off the street, he was the first. I asked him to sleep outside, which he did. One night behind the kitchen, one night in the electrician's area, one night at the beach, and at the last night on the floor of the temple hall. The man seemed sincere, and when I had seen him attending all the temple programs for those 4 days, I asked whether he would shave up. Yes, he replied at once. Today is a very auspicious day. I told him, Haridas Thakur's disappearance day. It's a good day to shave your head. I gave him a rupee and he went to the barber. I also gave him japamala and taught him how to chant on beads. And I gave him the spiritual nickname, Haridas. Haridas was still anxious to meet Prabhupada, though, and since Prabhupada wasn't scheduled to return to Bombay until late December, I gave Haridas permission to see him for 3 days in Hyderabad in mid-November. So Haridas went to Hyderabad and met Prabhupada and explained his situation, his history and present status in Juhu. He told Prabhupada that I had given him permission to be with him for 3 days, but he wanted to stay longer. No, Prabhupada replied, you have given your word to Giriraj, so you must return as promised. Later, Haridas told me, I came to steal Prabhupada's watch, but instead he stole my heart. So this is very interesting how Haridas Prabhu became a devotee, but I also recollect how he actually very straightforwardly approached Srila Prabhupada. He narrated this later on. He said that he directly inquired from Srila Prabhupada that he wanted to take his watch, he wanted to steal his watch. And then Srila Prabhupada took it down and he was just about to give him. At that point, Haridas Prabhu had some kind of transformation of the heart. So I would just use this opportunity actually to just say shortly a few words about His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj. I was listening recently some series of lectures of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj, and on several occasions in Vrindavan and Mayapur, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj would call upon Giriraj Swami to elaborate on certain different philosophical issues and pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srimati Radharani's position, Gopi's position. So it was very enlightening. It was a very, very deep insight on these very confidential topics. And it seemed to me actually that Tamal Krishna Maharaj was getting in such a way a lot of additional also support and in terms of understanding those pastimes and different insights that Giriraj Maharaj was so much acquainted with. So that was something that very much it very much it brought a lot of appreciation for Giriraj Maharaj's knowledge that he had, that in this way also he was practically adding so much to those presentations that Tamal Krishna Maharaj was giving in Vrindavan and Mayapur. And also recently I was listening to some offerings to Srila Prabhupada, also in early 90s, where Giriraj Maharaj speaks about so many other pastimes which actually I've never heard about Srila Prabhupada. And I was thinking later on, I will have to transcribe some of those because they seemed so very unique. Hare Krishna. So, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Adbhut Hari Prabhu. Now I would like to call upon His Grace Devakinandan Prabhu, who will join with us on Zoom. Devakinandan Prabhu has very personal interactions, especially he has been assisting His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj in life membership. and also he has a very personal interaction with His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. So it's a great fortune of us that he is with us to share those experiences with all of us.
No, number 2. 1 second. Hare Krishna. Hemgiri, I can go. I can speak now. Go. Hemgiri, you can hear
Prabhuji,
me?
yes, Prabhuji, we can hear you.
Okay. Gurave Gaurachandraya, Adhikaya Chudalaya, Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya, Sadhavaktaya Namo. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Gaura Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Panchakalptrabhyacha kripasindhyacha pattanam pavanabhyo vaishnavyo namo. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki jai. So, 1 second, Prabhu, 1 second. Sorry, there's no internet here. I have my data here and solid. So, as Himgiri Prabhu said, that Maharaj Maharaj, in early 80s, Awaj Maharaj of suffering. Maharaj. I learned a lot of things from Maharaj. Why I'm getting and you can mute him. So yes, I learned how to deal with people by the mercy of Maharaj. He actually knew how to take care of big people, big donors. And I can only say that humility is the only thing that can win the heart of anyone and everyone. So Giriraj Swami was very expert in, taking care of the people or devotees and as well as donor. I will not, in management wise, he managed mostly through his personal dealing, as well as he was very particular and he wanted everything to be done pakka. So while I was with him, many a time, we had appointment like 2 o'clock. Those days it took like 45 minutes to get to downtown. So, we used to leave like 1 o'clock sometime. And then we cross or pass Santa Cruz police station. Then Giriraj Swami would say, Devakinanda Prabhu, I did not chant my Gayatri. So we would come back to Juhu. He will take bath, chant Gayatri, and then leave somewhere like 1:45 or something. Now our appointment is 2 o'clock. We are supposed to meet the person 2 o'clock. 15-minute time we have. But still, people used to wait for him. He was so sweet, and they are big people. No one ever told that Maharaj, you are late. We gave time 2 o'clock and you came late. No. Rather, they were eagerly waiting for Maharaj's arrival. That was unique quality of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Besides that, I remember, we had one small steel box And Giriraj Swami, I used to keep 6 peda in that, 3 sandesh and 3 barfi. And there was a small spoon. So that was the, prasadam that we took, sometimes 4, sometimes 6, mostly 4. So Maharaj used to cut little bit and by the spoon and give to the donor. At one point, I think one Mr. Adukia, and he really liked this sandesh. Those days there was no problem of sugar or anything like that. They considered it like prasadam and they really took it. So he gave little bit, and Mr. Adukia wanted whole piece. So Maharaj said, but this is prasad. And then he spoke to him the importance of prasad. And the relationship was such a nice that Mr. Adukia said, all right, it is prasad. So if a little bit I take, I become purified after hearing from Maharaj. So he said, if I take whole, I'll become more purified or faster purified. So anyway, he wanted, so Maharaj gave. This was one of the things beside this thing. Other thing about life membership, we used to carry those days briefcase. And in briefcase, we used to have one album of different, temples around the world, receipt book, prasadam, this thing, and few books. Always we kept few books, small books. Many a time, when coming from downtown, if it was no appointment or anything, we used to meet like 3-4 people a day, not more than that. So we used to come back to Juhu. Sometime Maharaj will stop the car near, Bombay Chowpatty and come out and go out and distribute books. Of course, I was with him. We'll go out and distribute some books. And if it was sometime late, even up to Juhu Chowpatty will come like 7 o'clock or 7:30. And that time, so many people had come from all over India for Juhu Chowpatty. For hour and a half or 1 hour, he will stay there and, give out the book. And sometime 2 of us will stand and do kirtan. Just 2 of us. He has a small kartal, a round shaped kartal. And just 2 of us will do kirtan. So that's my experience with him. Maharaj had very sweet relationship with His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj. As I think Adhut Prabhu was saying. Yes, very good. He respected Tamal Krishna Maharaj like his Shiksha Guru. And they are very cordial. I had opportunity to be with Tamal Krishna Maharaj as well. So they are some of the wonderful quality of Giriraj Swami, how to deal with people. So this is when I was his assistant. Then when I was Bhakt director and temple commander, he taught me how to take care of the new bhaktas. And as a temple commander, I remember some of the things. He gave me a really hard time, as a temple commander. But that really shows his loyalty to Prabhupada and concern for Lakshmi. Like whenever I have to go and buy broom for cleaning temple or toothbrush for devotees and toothpaste, we had account with King's Medical in Matunga, but King's Medical owner, I forgot his name, he was Gujarati Bhai. He would only give the things if there was signature from Giriraj Swami. So I used to go to him to ask for, signature for getting the broom and toothbrush, toothpaste. So he would say, first you bring the old broom. Last time, so many broom were bought. Where are those broom? Bring those old broom. Where are the toothbrush? The old one. So I really had to collect everything and keep and show him. I mean, literally he didn't want to see how many, but he was, he was teaching something that we should care for money. And thinking now, being from America, Maharaj being from America, why you should care for that? In America, if something breaks down, they throw it and buy a new thing. The repair thing was only in India, not in America or anywhere. But Prabhupada had taught this devotee. They understood, all the old devotees who had personal connection with Prabhupada, to know and understand the Prabhupada mood and mission. There are many Prabhupada disciples, but those who were directly in connection with Prabhupada, they really understood Prabhupada's mood and mission. So this was one of the things. About the cleanness, he was very particular about cleanness. And he gave a example when those days we had no servant to clean. We used to clean everything ourselves, whether it is road or temple or ashram or anything. And I had so many devotees. I had like 30, 35 Ni Bhaktas. One point we have 15 Ni Bhaktas. And we used to clean everything ourselves. So once he was telling about, the plants. And he gave an example that he was telling about his mother, that his mother, she not only cleans the plant with water, but she applies oil also on the leaves of the plant. So a small plant, of course. So he said, at least you should put some water, because in summer season, so much it becomes dusty. So that was one thing, that was cleanness. Same time, we used to have Harinam almost 6 to 8 hours every day. I had to take the Bhaktas, 10:30 after Prasadam, 10:30 we leave, go to sometime Borivali session, sometime Bandra, and sometime Churchgate, like that. We had one standard Matador, and those days we had Srikant Prabhu and Sri Bhajan, and Dhritarashtra, the blind Dhritarashtra, was there also with us. So many a time I took many New Bhaktas, and sometime myself and New Bhaktas went, and we used to do Harinam. On railway station, we used to spread, the dari and sit down and do kirtan. And Giriraj Swami from nowhere would come sometime and join us for hours chanting, Hare Krishna Mahamantra. He really loved Harinam. Earlier, everyone, whether Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Giriraj Swami, Sridhar Maharaj, everyone went for Harinam. So, like there was engagement, 8-hour engagement for one and all. Other one pastime I remember, I was just staying in Brahmachari ashram next to Giriraj Swami room. In that ashram, there were only 2 rooms which are attached bathroom. And one room was Giriraj Swami and other was Sridhar Swami. So that time Sridhar Swami is not in India, he had left. Then I was just staying in that room. So one day, after cleaning the temple, 1 o'clock, we wanted to do some kirtan, some bhajan. So this must be 83 or 82, something. So we are doing bhajan, Srikant was there, Dhritarashtra was there, because Srikant has also finished his cooking, and then bhajan was there, I was there, and few other devotees, and very nice kirtan. And it was like 1:30 or something, Maharaj came from his office, or before going out, he came. And then he beeped in. I thought he'll be very happy that we are, chanting Hare Krishna Mantra and doing bhajan. And he was very upset. Very upset. He said, stop it. You have no service. Go and do service. Everyone should be engaged. Go and do service. So he stopped. He said, this is your sense gratification you are doing. You stop it and go and do your service. Well, there are many more memories are coming. Those days, Brahmachari has only one chatai to sleep. One Bhagavad Gita or one book and one notebook. Where it is account department today, that is to be our library. So we can take the book from library, read it, and return to library. Nobody was allowed to keep any bookshelf in their room, like today, nowadays, so many devotees have their personal book set and bookshelf. Those days we didn't have any such thing. This privilege was not there to have our personal book. So, Maharaj, once a week at least, he used to visit ashram with me. And one of the devotees was always caught with Gorakhpur book. And we used to seize the book. So as one devotee who was caught with snuff, like this, Mr. Banerjee, so we used to catch that one. In ashram, in our room, we were not allowed to keep any photograph. We were not allowed to keep any photograph. And daytime, the chatai cannot be on the floor. Morning time, get up, hold the chatai, put in corner, clean the floor. That was the system. So I believe that was the really fantastic training system. When about Director Maharaj told, our training is like military training. That was the, Prabhupada told him that our training like military training. So there are many more things to talk about His Holiness Giriraj Swami, but I will talk something about Sridhar Swami also because I don't want to take too much time. Maybe for next time. And His Holiness Sridhar Swami, to me, he was more like a friend than anything else. We chant together, we dance together, we wrestle together. In Brahmachari ashram, none of you can, maybe some old devotee can envision when we have separate so many buildings. So the Brahmachari ashram, and later it was known as Murli Guest House. So that ashram had on entrance had a big room. So that was our wrestling ground, literally wrestling ground. We had mud or dirt. We have picked up dirt. We put the plastic down and we had mud there. And we used to wrestle. Sukadeva was there, Vyasa was there, Dhanvantari Prabhu was there, I was there, Maharaj made everybody wrestle. Dhanvantari used to, if he is there, he must be remembering, we would try to catch him, but he would sneak always, and he will jump like this and he will sneak. So, Parikshit was there. Yeah, so many devotees were there and very nice. So like life was very sweet, more personal than today. Life was more personal that time. So Sridhar Swami Maharaj was practical personality. I really loved him and we miss him, very dearly. We missed him. So Sridhar Swami will go out. He was a very good preacher. He was a very good preacher. He will preach. And like Giriraj Swami was very soft one, but Sridhar Swami was very aggressive one. So that is the other thing that I learned from Maharaj also, Sridhar Swami, to be aggressive if required. If somebody talks anything against ISKCON or against Prabhupada or a devotee, wow, they have it. They have it with Sridhar Swami. So he really preached very nicely. And in the program, when there was a house program, he spoke very nicely, convincing people and make people, to read Prabhupada books or become life member or make a life member. I remember once in Peda Road, one Mr. Podar house, we had a program. And we went to the program, Sridhar Swami was there, and I always quote this point. There was one person came, he was a magician. So before the lecture, we were sitting and Mr. Podar, they brought juice and all these things. So we were having juice. Then he come up and he asked us, because we were kid like 18, 19 years, Maharaj was there. So he asked us, hey, what do you like to have? You like to have kaju? Because you are having juice. You like to have which dry fruit you like to have? So we were wondering, what are you talking about? He just a guest like us. So there are plants in Mr. Podar house inside. He picked up few plants right? Leaves of the plant, and he brought kaju. He said, here is kaju, you eat kaju. So then Mr. Pudar introduced him to us that he is a magician and yogi. He is yogi and he has so many magic power, yogic power. Then Sridhar Swami got with him and really got with him. And then he told him how long it took for you, how long it took for you to learn this trick of getting kaju, making kaju from the leaves. So very proudly he said, I went to Himalaya, I did tapasya, so many years. He said, you took so many years to get a kaju. I can send somebody next door on the shop and we can buy a kaju. Why did you wasted your time so much? So Maharaj preached him. And toward the end of our program, like I was talking to Mr. Pudar's son. And Mr. Pudar came up and he said, Swamiji, my son is a young boy. Why are you talking to him? Talk to me. Talk to me, don't talk to the boy. Like he was afraid that, his boy can become devotee. So there were times people didn't wanted us to talk to their boy, but there are time now that they want us to talk to their children. And that Mr. Pudar later on, of course, shifted to America. And when Maharaj was in America, he started ISKCON Foundation or something. Mr. Pudar was very helpful, even Bhisma, he was helping. So at least that time I remember, Maharaj made Mr. Pudar was I think life member. And he asked Pudar to make 5 life member. He gave 5 membership. So that was the way to make life member those days. That we made 1 member and we asked him to make some more member. So that was Sridhar Swami, one thing I remember. And of course, I heard Mukul Madhaprabhu talking about his contribution towards the setting of the Bhisma department. 2 more things I will just say, then I will end my talk. One about Food for Life, a story or history of Food for Life, and second was making garland for our Vihari. So we started Food for Life in 1982. We had Mahendra, the Matador, standard. And I remember we cooked halwa. That was the halwa and khichdi. And we went one village known as Dvichandra. It bypassed, Borivali, Daisar, you pass that ocean, the bridge, and maybe when you go to Talasari, it's on the way, you can see Dvichandra, the village name. So like maybe 20-minute more drive from there. We went, Ram Shraddha Prabhu there, Ram Shraddha, myself, Maharaj, and we had few more new bhaktas with us. So we took all of them. And we went, we did Harinam Sankirtan, and we did Prasad distribution. That was the first day of Prasad distribution. And thereafter, Prasad distribution started. Giriraj Swami did not like that. He was opposed of this. He said, Prabhupada didn't wanted us to go out and distribute prasadam. Rather, we distribute prasadam in temple, inside temple. But Sridhar Swami was innovative and forceful and said, boom, let's go. And that's the way when we started. And temple had a problem for the money. And thus he started Bhisma department only for this prasad distribution. And now we can see both department, Bhisma department, as well as Food for Life. Both are still existing and growing bigger and bigger and bigger. So other thing about the starting the garland, once, I don't remember the time, maybe 85, 86 sometime, we, the Sridhar Swami, Giriraj Swami, whoever president, along with the temple commander or vice president, we used to go out. I was vice president at that time. So we were going, I think must be 85. I was married. Yeah, so must be 85. So we were going, to see the property. We were walking around. Because of so many tenants, they always need to create some disturbance or whatever. So we used to walk, and Sridhar Swami was really bully. He was not afraid of the tenant or anything. If required, boom, that way also he was ready. And so we were going, one tenant, Ramu, he was encroaching upon more and more. So actually we were going to see his, not Ramu, Ramu only. Anyway, we are going to see his place, that how much he had encroached upon, because next day we are going to do operation, to tear down the whatever he encroached upon our land, because he had only a small jeopardy, but he has encroached, to the bigger property. So while we were walking, it was like 11 o'clock maybe. And earlier, Sitaram used to make garland. There was a garland maker, Sitaram, in Parikrama Marg, below Parikrama Marg, where there, now it is bakery, before bakery, there is steps there, a staircase. There is still one door is there. So Sitaram used to be there and make garland every day. The door is there which goes from DT basement outside. So there he used to make garland. So when he was making garland, he used to take a, like this to make the thread straight to put in the hole of the needle. So Maharaj watched it. He was standing and he called me. He said, just see, just see. So he called me and he showed me. I said, what is going on and what he is doing? He said, can you see that what he is doing? I said, what is he doing? So Maharaj told me, just look how he is licking the, his tongue and to make the thread straight to put in the hole of the needle. I said, yes, Maharaj, that's what he is doing. So Maharaj said, this rascal, we are offering to the Lord this garland, which is jutta, can we make ourselves garland here? So next day we did two things. One thing, of course, we went and saw that Ramu place. So next day we did two things, and that was after Prasadam or before Prasadam. Prasadam hall was where, Siddhi Lalsa, I think bakery, where bakery is there, that was Prasadam area, bakery and gift. So that whole area was Prasadam area at that time, Prasadam hall. And where Haradas office is there, that was the entrance to Prasadam hall. That way. So after class, we went there and we didn't talk anything, nothing. We cleaned up all the fans that Ramu had made, everything. And then some tenant came, because always, especially one tenant, Radha Krishna, who was outspoken and seamlessly always fought, but now he has become nice devotee. So he came out, many tenants came out and said, what you are doing? I said, what we are doing? Maharaj said, why, anything wrong? We are cleaning our property. This is our job. We want to keep everything clean. So we are cleaning our property. There was, they said, no, you are cleaning, you are breaking his fence. And Maharaj said, it's not his fence. He has encroached upon and we are cleaning it up. So we did that thing. He has made door, everything, nobody can go, but we broke open. And same day afternoon, he requested me if I can call my wife. So I called my wife, Narayani, Mataji, and I think Radha Krishna wife was there, Sitarani, if I'm not. Anyway, so 2-3 ladies, I called and Maharaj spoke to them and requested them very nicely that if they can take up the service of making garland. So that's how it started of making garland by the ladies. Surangi took the lead of making garland until today. The service is going on. So whatever Sridhar Swami has started, boom, it's going on. Time has no effect on all those things. Sridhar Swami was very easily to be pursued upon. Anybody talks to him nicely, he's there. And he was very protective. Anybody who worked with him was always protective. Very protective. Once, two more things I will say, then I will stop. Siddhartha Maharaj, nowadays, he was our head pujari. And there was a problem in pujari. He was very strict. So there were some devotees, and he called them Bengali chor or something like that. And then they all got together. Ram Ranjan, Raghupati, Brahmapada, they all got together and they beat him like anything. Those days, we used to settle our score, just fight, finish it up, and then do on chakra to Vyasa. Not, now we say sorry and keep in our mind, same thing for a long time. So, they beat up our Siddhartha Prabhu very badly. I mean, he couldn't move. And so Sridhar Swami was very angry. He was the president that time. He was very angry. So he told, call these rascals. So I went and I called Raghupati. I was the vice president. I went and called Raghupati and Brahmapada. He was in room number 111. Next to today, Kapila Prabhu sits in 112 and 111. So he opened the door. That time he closed, and when I called, he opened the door. And then, boom, such a strongly hit Raghupati. Raghupati fell down like anything. And Brahmapada was 6 feet, strong, all this thing. Still, he just punched it, So that was serious Swami, just settle the score right away. He was very protective of the devotee. Other incident I remember, one evening we were walking, him and me. This is like maybe 80th incident. We were walking, and the Ram Shraddha Prabhu, he was here those days. Him and me both were. He was taking care of English speaking devotee. I was taking care of Hindi speaking devotee. As a work director, he joined me later on. So one day we were walking, and in temple where entrance where the water tap is there, I remember Sridhar Swami and myself, we are coming from security side, going towards, the main entrance of the temple or Pujari side, that side. So on there, Ram Shraddha caught me, and I think it was 5 o'clock and Prasadam service timing was there something. So he got on my case. And I said, hey, take it easy. I have arranged everything. He said, but why you didn't inform me? Why you didn't inform me? And he went on and on. And then one point he said, look, I am senior to you. You have to follow me. And Sridhar Swami took his collar like this. And he said, no, I am senior to you. You follow me, what I'm saying. I called him and he's with me, period. Ram Shraddha went and we went. So that was Maharaj. Sridhar Swami was a practical man to solve everything on ground, then and there, not let it go for a long time. So there are many wonderful qualities of Sridhar Swami. We can go on talking, but I think others are there, so I'll stop here. Vancha kalptabhacha gribasindhavacha patitanam pavanabhyo vaishnavabhyo namaha. Jai Sri Prabhupada ki jai. His Holiness Sridhar Swami ki jai. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you so much, Devkinandan Prabhu. That was really very touching and really very personal. I mean, really Prabhuji took us to these, those old days. We can only imagine. I mean, there were really very, very personal associations they had with both Maharajas. Now I would like to call upon Surdas Prabhu through Zoom call. Even Surdas Prabhu can give us a lot of events of personal association with both Maharajas. Yeah, Prabhuji, you can start. Prabhuji, we can't hear you. I think you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, it's fine.
Yes, Prabhuji, now I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Om Gya Gyananjana Tam Yenai Shri Guru Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Kale Bhakti Vedanta Ametina Namaste Sat Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Asatide Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Padayate, Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Gauratuse Namah. Namo Brahmane Devaya Go Brahmahitaya Cha Jagatitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namah. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopesh Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Takta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sutadevi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatrubhyasya Kripa Sindhuvevacha Patithanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavyo Namo Namah. So it's a very auspicious day. We're all celebrating and the Vyasa Puja celebrations of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. And as I often say, that they are the two moons in the Hare Krishna land. Giriraj Maharaj was the, like very, very cooling moon. And sometimes you see the moon in the daytime also. And that's, Sridhar Swami Maharaj. And, Giriraj Swami Maharaj, I personally was very fortunate that I have been witnessing him since my beginning days of my spiritual life in Hare Krishna land, whether I was just staying there or then in my professional life. He was very, very kind to me because, he was knowing what was the purpose of my coming to Mumbai. And that was all, in the film world. But, as I got attracted to the devotees, I spend morning hours as well as the evening hours in the Hare Krishna land. I used to finish my Guru Puja and run towards my profession and come back again in the evening for Sandhya Arti and be there till 9 o'clock. And in this whole association of the senior devotees, that is Giriraj Swami Maharaj, Chitrakar Prabhu, and so many wonderful devotees at the time, Ruchi Sevna Prabhu, and Patita Pavan Prabhu, and so many wonderful devotees. I was, even Jagat Krishna Prabhu, who was at the time taking care of the Bhakti Kala Kshetra. So I was naturally sort of attracted to these wonderful devotees. Giriraj Maharaj was very kind to me, and sometimes I used to also go to the Prasadam hall. And I remember that, he would always say that, have you done some seva in the Prasadam hall? And he would make me to even wash the plates, of many devotees. The old Prasadam hall where, we have now, the snack bar and whatever it is. And all the devotees were taking prasadam together, including Giriraj Swami Maharaj, Sridhar Swami Maharaj, and all the senior devotees. Grahasthas, ladies, children, everybody used to have a wonderful prasadam in the morning at about 9:30. And I used to get an opportunity to serve them. And and I used to also sneak in for taking prasadam on the in the festival times. Other times I was not having. But when he would see me, taking prasadam, so he would point out, have you done some seva today? So then I would say, definitely I have not done it. And then we used to clean the plates. Nowadays, we have so many IT people, so many techie people. So they may feel very, very, very sort of, very difficult to clean the plates and other things. But, we were trained to do that. And though I was in my professional life, and Giriraj Maharaj would often ask me, what are you doing nowadays? So I would always apprise him in the evening in the restaurant, in the round table, that, oh, I'm going to sign a film, I'm going to do this. And whenever I used to say that I'm going to sign a film, he would say that, how much money for Krishna? How much money for Krishna? So luckily, when I started my professional life, so I got faster, my, all the assignments and all the blessings of Radha Rasa Bihari. And then I used to spend more time in the evening. And most of the time, sometimes I used to host Giriraj Maharaj. And Maharaj would say that, okay, we're going to have a feast. So I said that, yes, Maharaj, I have signed the contract and we'll have a feast. So we'll all congregate on the round table of the old Govindas. And then he would, invite some, Giriraj Maharaj's assistant and like that. So this was, slowly, my association with him. And it also got a little bit more intimate when we were doing the Haridas Thakur film. And Haridas Thakur film, of course, I had invited sort of Ravi Mehra to be part of the group. And then Haridas Prabhu, Bada Haridas Prabhu and myself, we were the producers of the film. And we collected money, we spent money, because I was a professional filmmaker. And Giriraj Maharaj would take interest in seeing the film. Of course, he was not well versed with the technicality, but sometimes it was very difficult to express what is technicality and what is professionalism, because he would see the content, he would see the script, he would see the bhav of the film. And I was more concerned about technicalities and everything. And with the result, we had a wonderful relationship at the time, and he's also a little bit reserved type, and I'm also more reserved type. And I would not express so much, at the time. But yes, Ravi Mehra, because I had called him to direct the movie and I knew his abilities or whatever it is. So, but we were all sort of on the script and everything. So Giriraj Maharaj would also be part of the script, and he will talk about Chaitanya Charitamrita, where Haridas Thakur's pastimes are there. And then we used to make it more very beautiful. And I personally like Maharaj's lectures, and I have put many programs in the Lokhandwala complex also in those days. You'll be surprised that, all those new devotees who have become Giriraj Maharaj's disciples, they are all from the Lokhandwala place. And we used to have many programs. I used to assist Maharaj to hold big programs there, whether it is KDR, whether it is other people, whoever has taken up the shelter of, of Giriraj Swami Maharaj, we used to have wonderful programs there. So in principle, I like Maharaj's lectures all the time. His serious and profile of a sannyasi, and very good classes. And, one time it happened that there was a scuffle between Ruchi Sevana and Haridas Prabhu. Ruchi Sevana completely bashed Haridas, Bada Haridas Prabhu, and his, out of his mouth, the blood started oozing. I was very friendly to Haridas Prabhu, and I was completely shocked to see this scuffle between the two senior most devotees in the Hare Krishna land. And somehow the Haridas Prabhu was completely taken away to the ashram. And, Giriraj Maharaj, would tell me, please don't tell to anybody this has happened. And I was I was very surprised, what's happening in the Hare Krishna Mandir. And these people are really fighting with each other. So, but Giriraj Maharaj was very sober, and he was, because we were in the, we were used to see Haridas Prabhu morning, evening, because we were all in the film. And I was very much disturbed also when I saw Haridas Prabhu's mouth swollen up and so many things. And he would pacify me, don't tell anybody, don't speak to anybody. He's going to be all right. And we were in the ashram, and I used to go also to the ashram and see. He would, Giriraj Maharaj shut the door and he said that nobody's allowed to see him now. And like that. And these have been wonderful relationship. And of course, in this Krishna consciousness, nurturing happens through the proper, hearing. And I always loved him, speaking the classes. And that's how, of course, I shouldn't say that, but, as the days passed away and Haridas Thakur movie was in the making, so one fine morning, Maharaj told me, you hand over the whole movie to me. And that was a little sort of untasteful to me. But who knows what is the Kriya Mudra of Krishna conscious devotees? Who would know what was inside the heart of Giriraj Swami Maharaj? But from the outside of it, I was so very angry. Why did Maharaj take all the movie from my hands? Because I am the producer along with Haridas Prabhu. We worked hard. I raised almost about 60 to 70 lakhs myself. And so many things we were doing. And I sacrificed time, I sacrificed my money. And that was a little bit unpalatable to me. And when things happened, so I just gave it up. I didn't want to go back again because I could see something there between Ravi Maharaj and Giriraj Swami Maharaj. And I don't like it. Anything goes, like, the person whom I have brought for doing Haridas Thakur film, and he is intimating with him. And this was something very, very not palatable to me. And I just gave it up. I didn't touch this movie. And you'll be surprised, all of you, till today, I have not touched it. And that was my determination. And this touching of this Haridas Thakur film, because I was a professional, graduate from a film institute, a gold medalist. And yet I saw that my credibilities have been getting undermined. So I said that it's better to leave the space and not do anything. And that's the reason till today we have not been able to take out, though the film is in the cans and it is almost about 40 years have passed, nothing has been done to this. But as a profile of Giriraj Swami Maharaj, I really love him. He has just now written a wonderful book on Haridas, Hare Krishna land. It's, live things coming live in his book. And I really respect that. And I really love for that. And maybe I would have not been what I am today, but I will always cherish his chastisement memories and, stand taken that, hand over the whole movie to me. And in that situation, I, gave up in due course of a time, the association of the movie world. And, I had 4 or 5 assignments in my hand and I didn't tell. Then came the situation of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj in 1982. He engaged me in the restaurant, and that slowly, that whole affinity to this, movie world went down, and I became more and more closer to Krishna consciousness. And thanks to Giriraj Swami Maharaj, maybe if you would have not done that act with me, I would have been still rotting in the material world, and especially in the Bollywood, doing whatever it is. But, it is his kindness, his mercy, and we can't see things beyond certain limit, but he has been very kind to me. I love his association. And you'll be surprised, Giriraj Maharaj once went, he said, ask me, are you from Kashmir? And he went for a week. He went to Kashmir also. He said that I would like to see your, birthplace. And he went to Srinagar. And then he came and he said, it's a very beautiful place. And like that, we used to always have an interaction with each other. And many times, of course, Sridhar Swami Maharaj was also there. And Sridhar Maharaj, as I said, that he is, very, very jolly and a very, very active person. In 1982, I happened to manage the restaurant, and Maharaj, and we used to do that cleaning and the whole pots, cleaning the plates and cleaning the kitchen, because we're all brahmacharis there in the restaurant. There was no karmi. Karmis had completely made us to stop the whole restaurant, but then we had to start again. So many people were there. Prasanatma Prabhu and so many other people. Prasanatma Prabhu was the vice president at the time. And so some other, we were able to, engage in this restaurant. And Maharaj, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Giriraj Swami Maharaj, Sridhar Maharaj said, okay, you take care of the restaurant. So I was there, and it was a hard thing to do. And I remember Giriraj Swami Maharaj, he would always like hot chapatis, and he would always come, ask for the hot chapatis, eat prasadam sometimes there with so many people, and all important devotees, whether it's, Sadajivat Lal and some other people, they will all come to our restaurant and eat prasadam, Nathji Prabhu, Rashikesh Maflal ji, and so many other people who were very, very, even Birlas also, they patronized Govindas, our Govindas. And Giriraj Maharaj and Sridhar Maharaj, they would always come to the restaurant, eat Krishna Prasadam there sometimes, and sometimes they would take it in the room also. But he loved hot chapatis, and we're trying to serve the hot chapatis to Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Sridhar Maharaj was very, very, little passionate and little very hardcore personality. And so he was he would go early in the morning for the preaching, and he did so many innovations in his preaching, having, pedas and a special dabba of peda along with his car, in his car. He will give it food for life, give it to the beggars on all the street lights. In fact, he told all the preachers, wherever you are carrying, you take the prasadam boxes along with you. Whenever you see the poor people, you give them some prasadam. And he did many things. He set up Bhishma, he set up so many things. And, the best part of Sridhar Maharaj was, he was very, very humble. When I joined the Brahmachari ashram and we were managing the restaurant, you'll be surprised, we used to sleep at 11 o'clock in those days and again get up. And the day we would not get up, or we were so tired. So Sridhar Maharaj would come, and you will be surprised. Couple of times he massaged my feet in the night time. He massaged, when I saw Sridhar Swami Maharaj there in the room, because Giriraj Maharaj and Sridhar Swami Maharaj's rooms were next to us, and we had prepared a makeshift, room, which was in between, which was a lobby, and then they created artificial doors and other things over there. And what happened, and then the doors sometimes remained open, and Sridhar Swami would come and he would massage my feet. He said that, oh, Surdas, you're very tired. And are you tired? Now you should get up. This is a Mangalarti time. And such the intimate relationships, and you'll be surprised. And sometimes Giriraj, Sridhar Maharaj went to Meera Road to stay there in one of the Haridas Prabhu's flat. And he would call us, the Brajahari Prabhu and myself, to his flat, and he will host us many times. These were such wonderful memories of, Sridhar Swami Maharaj. And of course, sometimes it happens, the workers are not correct and the people are not correct, sometimes who are not working very sincerely, he would judge them and see that, this gentleman is not correct, this gentleman is not correct. Sometimes it would happen that the people will always, not be quite sincere. And Sridhar Maharaj was able to find it out. And after 4 or 5 years, when I was in the restaurant, managing restaurant in those days in 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, and a lot of interactions happened there. And we were having the best of the associations. Even if Sridhar Maharaj would come in the late nights, would try to see that we serve him prasadam. and he was the most active and very, very, enthusiastic kirtans he would lead. And many times he did the wonderful, wonderful lectures, and we used to get quite inspired. And we all in those days will to dance and sweat out in the land of Hare Krishna land in such a manner that people were amazed to see the dancing in the morning and the evening in the temple hall. And that was the lifeline. Kirtaniya Sadahari, always dance, eat Krishna Prasadam together, though we didn't have an opulent Prasadam hall then or an opulent restaurant then, but our opulence was that we were all together, we were serving together, and we all, the sannyasis, brahmacharis, or grihasthas, or anybody, they used to all take together, children or women, everybody used to take, because even if we had to take khichdi over there, we used to take khichdi. And sometimes you'll be surprised, at times we didn't have a money in Hare Krishna land Jew. We used to only take sambar and rice and little papad for 4 months, 5 months, 6 months continuously, because we didn't have the money at the time. And what was the bond? The bond was that everybody was taking together prasadam, whether he was a sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, or vanaprastha. It was a family. It was a family. It was a family of Krishna consciousness. And that's how we kept the association with all these wonderful personalities. And we have been nurtured by them. We have been soaked in Krishna consciousness, and with their dedication and determination and devotion, that's what we are made of. That's what I am made of. We'd like to carry out that legacy forward in such a manner that everybody gets inspired to be in Krishna consciousness. And of course, Sridhar Maharaj would always give a standing lectures in auditorium. I remember he gave continuously 7 days lectures on the nectar of instruction, and he said that I really love to address the audience in standing, and he was able to move. While he is sitting on a Vyasasana. It was not his natural posture, but when he was standing and giving the lectures, in fact, he used to enthuse people. And at the end of the lectures, you would like to see that he will lead a kirtan, and which will be for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, and that was the mood of those days. And I think this whole nurturing and hearing, as we all know that hearing is very, very important. And if they are selfless, wonderful devotees, like Giriraj Swami, Sridhar Swami Maharaj, they had imbibed the qualities of Srila Prabhupada in those days, and they wanted to pour it out to the people who were sincerely seeking their, shelter in becoming Krishna consciousness and everything. And I think I must thank Sridhar Swami Maharaj and Giriraj Swami Maharaj, where they impressed Gopal Krishna Maharaj, that this gentleman should be, initiated. And especially anybody coming from a Bollywood, it's something very, 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 very different altogether. Who would come from a Bollywood? Nobody comes from Bollywood to become a Krishna conscious. I remember in those days, Vinod Khanna joined, Rajneesh, but everybody hooted him that this guy has gone to Rajneesh. And at the same time, I joined the Hare Krishna movement, and people said, "Oh, what has happened to you? Why you are running away from the Bollywood?" Though I was, graduate in, from Institute, and I had a lot of, name within the short time we had raised. But when you come to the Hare Krishna land, we used to do the minute service, we used to serve sannyasis, we used to do massage to the senior devotees. And that was what is, in fact, earlier, Devkinandan was talking about how we used to live in the brahmachari ashram, rolling up your own mats in such a manner that anybody could come inside and watch how the brahmacharis are staying. And they were so conscious to keep their rooms very clean. And that was the whole spirit of military spirit in our devotional service. And this whole nurturing by these two wonderful stalwarts, His Holiness Giriraj Swami and Sridhar Swami Maharaj, will go a long way in our life, because they have given us, proper, understanding of Krishna consciousness, what Srila Prabhupada wanted. And I'm indebted to both of them, because in their association, I have groomed in Krishna consciousness, and I would love to always remember them. And because I remember when we used to do the Rath Yatra festivals in the downtown area, Sridhar Swami, Giriraj Swami Maharaj, they were the front runners in leading the kirtan. We had many festivals in the Cross Maidan. We had many festivals at Girgaon Chowpatty. Of course, now we have another temple there. But in those days, there was no Chowpatty. There was nothing, no other temple there. But it was all, all of us and there. And we used to set up 4 days festival on the Girgaon Chowpatty. And it was one of the finest festivals. Then we shifted to Cross Maidan. Then we shifted to the Gol Maidan. Many times we did so many festivals, and our Rath Yatra used to pass from Shankar Seth Road there, Kalba Devi, and so many things. It was a vibrant Rath Yatras. And I was very fortunate to put up those Rath Yatras in those days, along with Janardhan Prabhu and everything. Sridhar Swami Maharaj and everybody was very happy. In fact, I would rope in Ramarao Adik, then the finance minister at the time. He used to come every time to sweep in front of Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra, which was starting from Prarthana Samaj. And then, of course, Gopinath Munde, the deputy CM, and so many, they were all good friends of mine, and they used to come in the evening for these Rath Yatra festivals. And they were really happy. In fact, you will be surprised to know that we put up the 25th anniversary of ISKCON in our Cross Maidan, and it was a very different show altogether. And I think Giriraj Maharaj and Sridhar Swami Maharaj, they were all appreciating endeavors of mine, and thanks to them and for engaging me in Krishna consciousness.
Hare Krishna, Soldas bro. Can you hear us? Okay, there is some problem. Our tech team can maybe connect him. One. Okay, our tech team says that the connection is lost. So, okay. Hare Krishna, Bhaji. Bhaji, we can't hear you.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay, yes, Bhaji, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Prabhu, for giving me a little chance. Though I have got a lot of things to say, but as I said, that I have some guests here, and I will connect more if you are connecting in the evening, this second session. Okay.
Okay, Bhaji.
Thank you
very
much.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhaji, for sharing all those past experiences with both the Maharajas. It was really wonderful.
So many. That's already a home, so I have to for furthermore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhaji.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to call upon His Holiness Ananta Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Maharaj also has a lot of experiences with both the Maharajas. So Maharaj would like to share his experiences with all of us.
हरे कृष्णा। गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज व्यास पूजा महोत्सव की श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज व्यास पूजा महोत्सव की। तो बहुत विस्तार से आप लोगों ने सुना देवकीनंद प्रभु, सूरदास प्रभु जो बहुत क्लोज रहे हैं श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज और गिरिराज महाराज के बीच। जो जुहू में जब हम आए तो उस समय श्रीधर महाराज भीष्मा फूड फॉर लाइफ के विस्तार में लगे थे और गुरुकुल बिल्डिंग में भीष्मा का महाराज ने ऑफिस खोला था, श्रीधर महाराज ने। तो उन दिनों महाराज स्वयं हर चीज़ प्रिंट करते थे, सारा जो लेटर्स का जो मैटर है वो खुद प्रिंट करते थे और उसको पैकिंग कराने के लिए हम लोग को बुलाते थे, जाते थे हम लोग। इनवेलप में कई पेपर कैसे फोल्ड करना है, कैसे डालना है, पहले हम लोग को ट्रेनिंग देते थे। कई तरह के पेपर होते थे, जैसे जन्माष्टमी के लिए लेटर भेजना है, रथ यात्रा के लिए, मकर संक्रांति के लिए, तो कई तरह के पेपर उसको फोल्ड करना फिर डालना। तो और मकर संक्रांति पर उस समय 11,000 प्लेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए जाते थे। 11,000 ना माता जी, सुरंगी में शुरू में 11,000 मकर संक्रांति पर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होते थे। तो 11,000 से 25,000 पैसे जो है तो महाराज खुद उसका पर्सनली मतलब देखभाल करते थे, कटिंग कराना, स्वयं भी कटिंग करते थे। और ब्रह्मचारी आश्रम में सारे लोगों को खुद बुलाने आते थे कि कटिंग करना है, वेजिटेबल कटिंग करना है। 2 दिन पहले कटिंग होता था और फिर उसको तैयार करके फिर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए स्वयं भी जाते थे। हम महाराज के साथ 2-3 बार गए हैं, जैसे मेंटल हॉस्पिटल है और कई जगह पर शुरुआती दिनों में महाराज के साथ कीर्तन करते हुए प्रसाद डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना था। तो महाराज के साथ में कई बार हम गए हैं और प्रायः पहले वीकली नगर कीर्तन होता था। वीकली एक दिन होता था ना माता जी, तो सब लोग जाते, माताएं, ब्रह्मचारी सब लोग जाते थे, महाराज लोग भी जाते थे। तो महाराज हर चीज़ में स्वयं पार्टिसिपेट करते थे। मकर संक्रांति का कटिंग करना हो तो स्वयं कटिंग करते थे। आश्रम में स्वयं जाते थे बुलाने के लिए ब्रह्मचारियों को। और जब वो प्रेसिडेंट थे अंतिम दिनों में, तो उसके पहले सेंटेनियल प्रभुपाद जी का जो 100 वर्ष मनाया गया था सेंटेनियल, तो उसके मेन इंचार्ज श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज थे। उसके लिए फंड रेजिंग करना, उसको ऑर्गेनाइज करना, तो श्रीधर महाराज उसमें बहुत बड़ा रोल किए थे सेंटेनियल के लिए। तो बहुत बड़ा बड़ा कार्य करते थे महाराज। उनका विजन बहुत बड़ा था श्रीधर महाराज का, जैसे देवकीनंद प्रभु बता रहे थे। और प्रेसिडेंट थे तो ब्रह्मचारी आश्रम में ही महाराज रहते थे, 6th फ्लोर में ही कॉर्नर में जो छोटा रूम है, तो स्वयं रूम क्लीन करते थे अपना। और ब्रह्मचारी आश्रम में उन्होंने एक नोटिस लगाया था कि कोई आश्रम में प्रसाद लाकर नहीं खाएगा। जैसे आजकल होता है ना, प्लेट बनाकर लोग ले जाते हैं आश्रम में, तो उस समय महाराज ने रूल बनाया था कि आश्रम में किसी को प्रसाद लाकर नहीं खाना है। और मंगल आरती 4 दिन से ज़्यादा अगर कोई मिस होता था तो उसको नोटिस देते थे महाराज कि क्या कारण है, आप क्यों नहीं मंगल आरती आ रहे हैं। तो और फिर सबका टेस्टिंग भी लेते थे। जैसे एक बार लाइफ मेंबर प्रीचर का महाराज टेस्ट ले रहे थे, तो सबको कि एक श्लोक गीता का बोलना है, किसको क्या आता है, कि क्या प्रीचिंग करता है, आप मेंबर को क्या बताते हो। तो सबसे महाराज कहे कि सब लोग एक श्लोक, तो प्राय सब लोग वही श्लोक बोलते थे, यदा यदा ही, क्योंकि महाभारत सीरियल में सबको याद था। तो महाराज बोले कि नहीं, इसको छोड़ करके दूसरा श्लोक सब लोग। कभी कभी इस तरह से महाराज टेस्टिंग भी करते थे। और मंगल आरती के बाद कभी कभी आश्रम में भी जाते थे। जैसे देवकीनंद प्रभु इस समय विश्व में जाते थे, देवकीनंद प्रभु भी कभी कभी रेड करते थे, आश्रम में कौन सोया है, कौन क्या रखा है, कभी कभी देखें आप आज भी करते हैं ना, तो उस समय श्रीधर महाराज भी आश्रम में देखते थे, राउंड लगाते थे, या मंगल आरती के बाद जाते थे कि कौन सोया है अभी तक। एक भक्त रघुनाथ भट्ट एक भक्त थे, तो मंगल आरती मिस होते थे, तो उनको महाराज नोटिस दिए। एक दिन उनका पूरा सामान लिए और गेट के बाहर कर दिए। तो महाराज बहुत इस पर वो नोटिस लेते थे, और कड़क भी थे और दयालु भी थे, दया भी करते थे। तो श्रीधर महाराज तो बहुत दिनों तक यहाँ रहे, तो उनमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम लोग देखे हैं। महाराज का दया भी था। कभी कभी ब्रह्मचारियों को कुछ गिफ्ट भी देते थे महाराज, जैसे विंटर सीजन में स्वेटर देना, टोपी देना, सब देते थे। और प्रसाद भी बड़े उदारता से खिलाते थे महाराज। उसी तरह गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज भी, सब ब्रजहरि प्रभु ने बताया, सूरदास प्रभु की दो इस हरे कृष्ण लैंड के दो मून हैं, गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज और श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज। प्रभुपाद जी की शिक्षाओं को ये लोग हरे कृष्ण लैंड में स्थापित किए हैं। जैसे हम लोग रूपानुग वैष्णव हैं, श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु रूप गोस्वामी को, सनातन गोस्वामी को शिक्षा प्रदान किया, विशेष करके रूप गोस्वामी को, तो हम लोग रूपानुग हैं। वैसे श्रीधर महाराज और गिरिराज महाराज ये प्रभुपादानुग हैं, प्रभुपादानुग। प्रभुपाद की शिक्षाओं को ये लोग यहाँ पर उतारे हैं, यहाँ पर स्थापित किए हैं। प्रभुपाद ने जैसा जैसा इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है, उस इंस्ट्रक्शन को गिरिराज महाराज प्राय फॉलो करते हैं। और आज भी लोग उनसे परामर्श लेते हैं हरे कृष्ण लैंड के विषय में, कि प्रभुपाद जी ने क्या उनको इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है। जैसे आप प्रभुपाद क्वार्टर में हम लोग देखें, बहुत सारे लेटर टू गिरिराज स्वामी, प्रभुपाद जी लेटर लिखे हैं। आप लोग प्रभुपाद क्वार्टर में आज भी होगा, आज भी है, वाल के ऊपर लिखा हुआ। प्रभुपाद लिखते हैं लेटर टू गिरिराज स्वामी। गिरिराज स्वामी को प्राय लेटर लिखते थे कि हरे कृष्ण लैंड में ये होना चाहिए, हरे कृष्ण लैंड को विश्व में एक प्रशिक्षण केंद्र बनाना है, जहाँ विश्व के हर देश के लोग आकर यहाँ कृष्ण भावना में प्रशिक्षित हों। तो उन शिक्षाओं के अनुरूप गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज इस हरे कृष्ण लैंड को विकसित किया है। इसलिए गिरिराज महाराज प्रभुपादानुग हैं। जैसे चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने शिक्षा दिया रूप गोस्वामी को, रूपानुग, हम लोग रूपानुगी हैं, वैसे गिरिराज स्वामी प्रभुपादीय, प्रभुपादानुग हैं। उनको बहुत बारीकी से बारीकी चीज़ों का प्रभुपाद जी ने शिक्षण दिया है। तो गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज के बारे में तो बहुत विस्तार से देखें प्रभु कहे। कुछ ऐसी बातें हैं कि जैसे जब गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज बैरिस्टर, बड़े धनी के लड़के हैं और इकलौते लड़के हैं, तो प्रचलित है प्रभुपाद लीलामृत में भी कि जब वो यहाँ आ गए तो उनके पिताजी आए थे ले जाने के लिए, और प्रभुपाद जी से कहे कि हमारे लड़के को दे दीजिए, इसके बदले में आप जितना पैसा चाहिए हमसे ले लीजिए। तो प्रभुपाद जी ने कहा कि ऐसा नहीं कि मैं आपके लड़के को किडनैप करके नहीं रखा हूँ कि उसके लिए मुझे कोई सुपारी दीजिए, आप ले जाइए, आपका लड़का है। तो गिरिराज स्वामी कहे कि नहीं, मैं यहीं रहूँगा। बड़े वैभव में, बड़े धनी परिवार के, पिताजी भी बैरिस्टर थे और एक ही लड़के गिरिराज स्वामी, लेकिन उन्होंने प्रभुपाद जी के शिक्षाओं के अनुसार कृष्ण भावना में अपना जीवन जो है प्रशिक्षित किया है। और इस तरह से आज भी कोई समस्या होती है यहाँ पर तो गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज से लोग पूछते हैं कि इस संदर्भ में क्या करना चाहिए, प्रभुपाद जी ने क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है। तो दो ये दिव्य, जैसे सूरदास प्रभु की दो मुन हैं हरे कृष्ण लैंड में, गिरिराज स्वामी और श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज, जो आध्यात्मिक आकाश में ये हमेशा चमकते हैं। इनके कार्यों को हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज जब भी मकर संक्रांति आता है तो याद आते हैं, या भीष्मा डिपार्ट का नाम आता है तो श्रीधर महाराज का स्मरण होता है। तो समय कम है और लोगों को भी बोलना है, मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ। हरे कृष्णा। श्रील प्रभुपाद की, गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज व्यास पूजा महोत्सव की, श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज व्यास पूजा महोत्सव की।
Hare Krishna. Dhanyavad Maharaj. Now I would like to call up, now there are many speakers actually, many devotees want to speak, but we have a time limit, so whomever I will call, please bear in mind. Yeah. So there is time limit, so whoever I would call, please speak only for 5 minutes, not more than that. Actually, every year we had Mahaprabhu Prabhu, who had very personal association with both the Maharajas, but this time he is not in person with us. So his son is here, Giri Govardhan Prabhu. So I would like to call upon him so he can give his offering and share his experiences with all of us.
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Giriraj Swami iti namane. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Sridhar Swami iti namane. Vanchakalpatrivashak Pasindhuve Vajapati Dharam Pavaname Vaishnave Namo. I would thank all of you for having invited us here. And yes, I stand here as a representative of my father, His Grace Mahaprabhu Prabhu, who has been closely associated with His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and His Holiness His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj and Radhanath Swami Maharaj and Gopal Krishna Swami Maharaj since January of 1978. And recently, in the end of May, he left his body. So we were just churning the memories like we always do on the appearance days of our gurus, Shiksha gurus, Diksha gurus and others. And I was just thinking about what profound role His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj and Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj and Sridhar Swami Maharaj and Tamal Krishna Maharaj also. What role these sannyasis have played in our life. Many of you may be aware that we have a Friday program going on in the Khar Center, and this started in 1979, and many of you would be aware that it is Giriraj Swami Maharaj who started this program. But very few of you would be aware that this is where my parents used to stay in Khar, and we had a parking garage. And in this parking, in the car parking garage, there was one huge table tennis table line. And so everybody knows that this Friday program at the Mumbai Khar Center started because of Giriraj Maharaj's inspiration and all that. But it was at this place, in this garage, where one Sridhar Swami Maharaj entered. And he entered into this place and he said, "What are you doing with this place? Why don't you start a preaching program here?" So a preaching program which actually started with the involvement of His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj was actually conceived by His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj. So immediately what Maharaj did, Sridhar Swami Maharaj did, is he picked up that huge table and he got it to Hare Krishna land here. That table lied here, if all of you remember, it was lying here at the guest house entrance for many, many years, behind which the security used to sit. So it was that same table. It must have lied here for more than 15-20 years. And that's how the whole program started. And I was a very small child. I mean, the program started in 1979. I was born in 1978. What I remember right from my very, very early age is how these sannyasis, they were like profound sannyasis. They were like one of the prominent disciples of Srila Prabhupada, at least in Mumbai. Because Tamal Krishna Maharaj in the 1980s would not spend too much time in Mumbai. And Giriraj Maharaj and Sridhar Maharaj were residents of Mumbai. So they were the most prominent sannyasis and Prabhupadanugas, like Maharaj said, in Mumbai. And they used to spend time with us as our own family members. That was very, very profound, and it had a very lasting impression in all our hearts. I remember, how Maharaj used to play ball with me when I was a small child. He used to come home. He was actually like a mentor and a counselor to our family. He used to call up my father for every small program. He used to ensure that the whole family comes over. You know, and although he had that gravity in him, we have heard a lot from Devkinandan Prabhu and Mukund Madhav Prabhu and others about how grave Maharaj was. And his gravity actually was very frightening sometimes, because we never knew whether we are committing an offense while we are associating with him. But Giriraj Maharaj was so humble and he was so accommodating and he was so unique and so loving that even if we would commit an offense in interacting with him, he would not take the offense and he would just continue loving us. Like, and in that interaction, he used to always give us very, very profound training. Like once I remember, he was having prasad at our house and we had kept some tissues next to him. I mean, I will not discuss too much detail because all the other devotees have expressed how practical and how deep he was in every minute thing. So there were these tissues lying here. He used those tissues. And he finished his lunch. He went into the room to take rest. He comes out and he asks me, "Where did you get this tissue?" And I said, "Maharaj, this came from the United States. They are very good quality. So we used them in your service." And he said, "These tissues are really very good. They are hard, they are strong, and they are very soft. The heart of a Vaishnava should be like this. It should be very strong and it should be very soft." So, you know, these kind of scriptural training he used to give us in across the dining table while he was just interacting with us. I remember Sridhar Maharaj walking into our house and spending time with the family. It was so amazing. It was so close. Like Sridhar Maharaj would just walk into the house and my father would have gone to the office and my mother was in the kitchen and we were there, and Sridhar Maharaj would say, "Okay, Mataji, what do you have for prasad?" And my mother used to say, "Maharaj, there is some sabji lying, there is some chapati, you can have what you want to have." He used to just walk into the kitchen, open the fridge, do what he wanted to do, take whatever he wanted to take, go to the gas stove, heat it, have it. So one day he came and said, "Mataji, I feel like having mango milkshake." And when he entered the house, my mother was actually leaving the house to go to the market to get grocery. So he said, "Oh, where are you going?" She said, "Maharaj, I am scheduled to go to the market to get grocery." He said, "Okay, so I will stay in the house. You go and you get me mangoes because I want to have nice quantity of mango milkshake." And it was like, okay, because, you know, it was, and then he said he used to go to the living room, watch ITV. So what I am trying to describe is that these are top of the line sannyasis who were leading one of Prabhupada's largest projects in India, and they were so practical and so down to earth in dealing with us grihastas, families, children and all that. And that was very, very profound for our upbringing in Krishna consciousness. I have many more stories to speak, but I would not take too much time. I would just hope and pray that Maharaj has engaged my father, my mother in service. We continue to aspire to serve all of you. We continue to serve Srila Prabhupada under the guidance of Maharaj. Me and my entire family are always available to serve Maharaj, and we really cherish every moment of all the training he has given us. And I discuss stories which are 35, 38 years old, and even 40 years old. But even today, even a story which is 2-year-old or 1-year-old story, Maharaj's mood, Maharaj's love, Maharaj's concern is exactly the same. Last year was his, I guess last year was his 70th appearance day. And it was a very large, elaborate program on Zoom where every disciple connected with him.
and many other devotees, friends, god brothers from all over the world connected with him. And every interaction was so very personal, as if Zoom doesn't exist. We are personally with Maharaj. So that personal belief of Maharaj is really very, very profound. Even for Sridhar Swami Maharaj, Mukund Madhav Prabhu, Devkinand Prabhu have really in detail describe how Maharaj used to operate his life as a temple president here and even as another leader. But I remembered exactly 25 years back at the centennial of Srila Prabhupada, he was the temple president here, and His Grace Radha Krishna Prabhu along with Mahaprabhu Prabhu were performing certain services here, and I got an opportunity to be an assistant to Radha Krishna Prabhu for some time as a volunteer, and I used to see how the interactions would happen. I could really relate to everything that Mukund Madhav Prabhu was saying about how Sridhar Maharaj established the Bhishma department, and it was really amazing to see. He was doing radical services in Srila Prabhupada, for Srila Prabhupada. There was a lot of struggle, there was a little bit of reluctance where people, and when these Maharajas were doing these services, it was actually not a cakewalk. They were actually getting criticized by some bunch of people also, that, oh my God, why is Maharaj doing like this? Oh, Maharaj is, so much money is getting spent in this. Oh, why is Giriraj Maharaj so strict? Oh, why is Sridhar Maharaj like that, like this? But then at the end of the whole thing, the service would transform so beautifully that everybody could realize that these are special souls who are doing special service in the mission of Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada really empowered them. So I had wonderful memories about all these personal interactions with both the Maharajas, and I really hope and pray that I can continue to serve Srila Prabhupada by assisting all these Maharajas whose names I mentioned, including my own spiritual master, and all the disciples of, the grand disciples of Srila Prabhupada, who are actually serving the mission of Srila Prabhupada from generation to generation. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Giri Govardhan Prabhu. That's very wonderful to share those experiences. And now I would like to call upon Narottam Prabhu in between of all this hustle. Narottam Prabhu, every year we never fail to call Narottam Prabhu. He is the one who will really catch your attention, the way he puts up all those events with both the Maharajas, because he has really very, very personal association, and from his heart he will like to always speak.
Om Agyan Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakya Chakshurumilithamyanam Tasmin Shri Gurven Maha. First of all, I like to give my gratitude, pay my gratitude to Srila Prabhupada. We, like, especially me, we accumulated so much of Sanchit Karma. I don't know if Prabhupada would have not given us the holy name, what would have happened? We have full chance that we may go back home, back to Godhead. We'll make it over there. Prata Shima Navdipa Dvinetvam Dvibhujam. It's difficult actually. Prata Shima Navdvipa Dvinetram Dvibhujam Gurum Varabhaya Pradam Shantam Smaret Tannama Purvakam. I pay my respective obeisances to my spiritual master. He is situated in Sridhar Mayapur, having two transcendental eyes and arms, and bestowing causeless mercy on chanting his holy name. In the Kaliya Leela, Krishna just glanced on the Gopas lying at the bank of the Yamunas, and he brought them back to life immediately. In the same way, Sridhar Maharaj at Hare Krishna land Jew, he glanced at me and my family, and he just took us, he just picked us up. I was fallen in this deep dark well actually. I was like my heart was like a hornet's nest actually, like so much of contamination, and I lived a very degraded life.
like a very good karmi life actually, but very degrading, like very, very degrading. It would have not been for Sridhar Maharaj Association, I would have never made it any time. I mean, I'm very indebted to Sridhar Maharaj for that. Sridhar Maharaj is a pure devotee of Srila Prabhupada, and he picked me up. It's getting difficult, In the year 2002, it was a very difficult time for me personally. I had lost everything, my business, my friend turns 4, they just took away my business, everything, like just went bang, like one day, everything. So that time I used to come and serve Sridhar Maharaj in Sridhar Maharaj Narsimha Kutir. So I was like little morose and just lying like quiet and all. And Maharaj asked Manjari, my good wife, like, what's happened to Narottam? Why is he so? So Manjari told him, like, Narottam lost his business and all. So Maharaj called me, he said, Narottam, what happened? I said, Maharaj, like that happened and I lost all my business. And the worst part was that my friends took away all my business. Then he said, Narottam, do you know some gundas? You know some gundas? I said, no, Maharaj, gunda to nahi, but I personally, I'm gunda. Like, he said, do one thing, go bash them up and take your business back. He said, Prabhupada said, tit for tat. If you can understand in the Ramayana, Hanuman was just sent like a doot. Like a doot means just go and search where is Sita, just go and find her. Hanuman went there and he burned the whole Lanka and came back. And when Sridhar Maharaj told me, Joe, go and bash them up. Oh my God, I just bashed those guys, like I bashed them so badly, like even after like 20 years, I've never seen them back in the port. And my business is only related to the port only. ये चाकू शूरी रोज का काम है, like Manjari can tell you all this. Anyway, so, and till today I've got business without competition. No competition. Once only I beat this guy up. Anyway, that was it. Sridhar Maharaj Association was a very quantum leap in my spiritual life. Like you say, like Tulya Mala Vena Api Na Swargam Na Punar Bhavam Bhagavad Sangi Sangasya Mrityanam Kimutasisa. A moment's association with a pure devotee of the Lord is not even compared to the unlimited happiness heavenly planet, nor liberation from matter. Even the Ram Charitra Manas says that Tat Swarg Apavarga Sukh Dharye Tulai Ekang Tulna Tai Sakal Muni Jo Sukh Lo Satsang. I'll be always indebted to Sridhar Maharaj. He bestowed so much causeless mercy on me. Such a rascal I was like, Maharaj, my Guru Maharaj, always in his lecture, like most of the time he has quoted. First he used to say, Narottam before coming to Krishna consciousness was like Jaga and Madhai. 2 years back in Rishikesh, he was giving a class and he said, Jaga and Madhai both in one body. He said, that is Narottam. That he gave that example once. He gave that example. Once what happened, this was during Sridhar Maharaj leaving his body, like few days before leaving his body, and my Guru Maharaj was there. And that's the time they met each other for the last time in this material world. So my Guru Maharaj came to meet him. His Holiness Indradumna Swami. He came to meet him. And that time, one thing very amazing happened, and this will be always etched in my heart over here. He and Maharaj was speaking, and I was sitting at the side. And Sridhar Maharaj and my Guru Maharaj, they were holding hands. And then what Sridhar Maharaj did was, he took my hand. He took my hand and placed it in my Guru Maharaj's hand. And what he said was, it will always be etched here. He said, Indradumna Maharaj, I am giving you my Narottam to you. My Narottam. राम कीन आपन जब हित है, भुवो भुवन राम कीन आपन जब हित है, भयो भुवन भूषण तब हित है. When Lord Ram embraced me, the whole world, I became the abhushan of the world. This is the story of the Nishad Raj. He like very dog eater, you can say, lowest among mankind. One day Bharat Maharaj came and, Vasishta Muni told, Lord Ramchandra, his friend. So Bharat Maharaj went and embraced him. So all the demigods started showering flowers from top. And then after some time, Vasishta Muni also embraced him. So the two demigods on top, they started arguing, Are, how come is it that, Vasishta Muni is Brahman Shiromani, is highest among Brahmanas. How come he is embracing? So the other demigod is saying, Are, when Lord Ramchandra personally embraced him, so what are you talking about, Vasishta Muni embracing? Same way I feel. Like Sridhar Maharaj personally embraced me and he told me, I am giving you my Narottam. I feel very... And then same kripa also came from Giriraj Maharaj. I feel Giriraj Maharaj also in a way, like, he took my help, like, had the good fortune to help him in writing his book. This is not self-glorification, please don't get me wrong. But he put me in the book. So whenever people will talk about Jew Hare Krishna land for eternity, and they will read the book, and my name is there. I don't know, that like God's mercy, he actually put me. But one thing I can tell you, Giriraj Maharaj's memory is so sharp. He used to call me, he used to text me messages, write mails, like Narottam, such and such information I want, such and such particular details I want. And he knew it in so detail that I had to go meet those people, find them from here and there, and give those information to Giriraj Maharaj. And then again Giriraj Maharaj to come, no, not Narottam, not this way. Do it this way, do it that way. So I used to go and again do it. Even, to find all these documents, I used to go to that Asiatic library and I used to sit there for months. Like, I went since the time a moment started till then, till now. Ek page, each and every single page, finding out, reading it, getting that information, giving it back. And then, Giriraj Maharaj again used to come with something, Narottam, there's something missing here. Can you fill in the dot there? Then I used to call up Brajmohan Sethi, P.L. Sethi's son. I used to say, Prabhuji, aisa tha, Giriraj Maharaj asking something fine detail. I was not there that time, so I don't know what to do. Then he used to fill in the blanks that time. And then that's how this information got collected, in bits and pieces. And for that, I don't know, I shouldn't have been there. There are much better devotees than me who could have found a place there. Prasangam ajaram pasam atmana khavya vidu saeva sadhu krito moksha dwara iparamam. A learned person truly understand that material attachment is the greatest attachment, greatest, it's a fall for spiritual enlightenment. But if that attachment, if you give it towards a devotee, a self-realized soul, that is for liberation. It's a road for liberation. You see? I am very thankful for Sridhar Maharaj and Giriraj Maharaj that they bestowed that so much mercy on me. I had never made it. If in this lifetime, I am practicing whatever Krishna consciousness and whatever chance is there for making any progress, Sridhar Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, they both are responsible for that. I'll just take some time, one pastime in which all three Maharajas are included, like my spiritual master, Giriraj Maharaj and Sridhar Maharaj. I got initiated in 2003, my first initiation in Brajmohan temple in Vrindavan. So after I initiated, Maharaj gave the name. That time before going, Sridhar Maharaj knew that I was going to Kartik and he knew maybe I was getting initiated. He said, Narottam, that time I was Pradeep. He said, Pradeep, you go and you get initiated, but don't get those long names, he said, like this, Das. I just like short name, like Ram Das, Sham Das, short name, some short name. And my Guru Maharaj at the time of initiation, and I'm like, Sridhar Maharaj came in my mind, like what name I'm going to get. And he said, Narottam Das, Thakur Das. And I said, oh my God, Sridhar Maharaj is not going to like this. Anyway, and when I came out, there's one of my godbrothers, Guru Shakti. He said, this is not your name. Maharaj was going to give you some other name. So Maharaj changed your name last minute. And I remember we did program with Indradumna Maharaj in Srinathji's house and in Valkeshwar and all. And 3-4 instant in this class he said, this boy Pradeep is such a nice devotee. I have reserved a very, very special name for him. Very, very special name. So when I got that name, Narottam Das, Thakur Das, I said, whether this is that special name. And then the devotee case said, Arey, this was not your name. Different name Maharaj was giving. Last minute he changed the name. So after the initiation, I went to Maharaj. Maharaj, what is my original name? Please tell me. He said, original name? Narottam. He said, no, my original name. He said, Pradeep. No. He said, Narottam, go away. No, this is your name, Narottam. Anyway, 1 year went, 2 years back. Every time but I used to ask Maharaj, tell me what is my original name. And in due course, Maharaj also forgot, I also forgot. And Narottam Das is a pretty good name anyway. So one day after Kartik, this was like January, February, it was very cold. And we were coming from Loi Bazaar, and that time we had those cycle rickshaws. And Maharaj, all of a sudden, I was sitting with him, like both of us. Narottam, I got it. I said, what? I said, got it, what? I said, your name. I said, my name? Tell me, Maharaj. He said, Hiranyakashipu Hanta. I said, Maharaj. I said, why didn't you give me that name, Maharaj? Oh my God. I said, what a name. Like, just imagine that name. You have that Hiranyakashipu and Hanta, which is like Narsinghdev's name, like the most powerful name in the creation. I said, Maharaj, I couldn't believe it. Or usme, that time what now? We were going through that Fogla ashram. And that time some jatra, like Vrindavan mein, like 24 hours there is mela now. That time that songs were playing, Kana re, tere kale, kale, naina. In that whole commotion, we both are speaking, myself and Maharaj. I said, Maharaj, you should give me that name. He said, Nartha, I'll tell you what happened. I was actually going to give you that name, but when I stepped out of the house, that time he said, I was staying in Giriraj Maharaj's house, and Giriraj Maharaj just happened to call me. And he asked me, what are you doing today? He said, I'm just going to initiate one boy. What name you kept for him? He said, I kept this name, Hiranyakashipu Hanta. He said, Maharaj, don't give this name. Please don't give this name. So my Guru Maharaj asked, why, Maharaj, like, can you just exemplify, like, specify, like, why? He said, in Bhakti Vedanta manner, one boy, I gave him name, Kamsa Hanta. So instead of calling him Kamsa Hanta, they just call him Kamsa, come here. Kamsa, go there. Kamsa, distribute the books. So he said, same thing will happen with this boy. They'll call him Hiranyakashipu. So don't give this name. Mere bola Maharaj yaar, oh my God, I said. Anyway, I get very emotional when it comes to Sridhar Maharaj. All the time I always meditate on Maharaj. At least that will be my cause of my liberation. Hare Krishna. And Maharaj, both the Maharajas, please forgive me. Please forgive me for my inadequacy and lack of sincerity in glorifying you all. Please forgive me for it. And if knowingly, unknowingly, over the period of time, me, my wife, my son, we are getting matured in spiritual life. If I have caused any kind of offenses, knowingly, unknowingly, please forgive me. Because I was a little rough and tough in my early spiritual life. I was naive, but now, I want those subtle qualities of Maharaj or any other advanced devotees. Prabhupada said once to my Guru Maharaj, follow in the footsteps of advanced devotees. Hare Krishna.
Narottam Prabhu, that was really a heartfelt offering. So now, of course, there are many speakers, but we'll halt here and we have to proceed towards our next program. So we'll call upon His Holiness Ananta Krishna Goswami Maharaj that he will come forward and kindly cut the cake and offer it to Maharajas. Devotees, kindly be seated.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for that. Next, we will like to offer, devotees can come forward later and see it's a really wonderful cake, very nicely thematically been made by Her Grace Premanjali Mataji and her family in response to the 125th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada in commemoration of the coin which has been opened by by Narendra Modi. And after this, we'll start our Pushpanjali. Before that, I would also like to welcome Premanjali Mataji because they have taken a very, almost 10 months hard work where they come up with a wonderful idea of collecting all those question and answer series, because in all those Zoom calls with His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, there are devotees asking him many questions, and all those questions have been covered in this book, Questions and Answers. So I would like to welcome Premanjali Mataji. Please come and offer it to Guru Maharaj. And devotees can get ready for Pushpanjali. Adbhut Hari Prabhu, you are ready? Yeah. Devotees in charge for those Pushpanjali flowers, please distribute the flowers around so we can start it.
Om Agyanam Timirandasya Gyananjanam Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yenam Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Uttapada Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Saganam Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivan Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahaganam Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha Namahom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namahom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Itnamine Shri Vishtabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jvala Premadya Shri Rupanugam Bhaktidam Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Vigrahayam Namostute Namagoram Kishorayam Sakshadvairagyam Murtaye Vipralambam Rasambode Padam Bhujayate Namaham Namo Bhakti Vinodayam Sachitanandam Namine Gorashakti Svarupayam Rupanugam Varayate Goravir Bhavam Bhumes Tvam Nidreshtam Sajjana Priyam Vaishnavam Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannataya Te Namaham Vanchakalpam Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyaevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaham Namo Maham Vadanyayam Krishna Premam Pradayate Krishnayam Krishna Chaitanyam Namne Goram Tvishe Namaham Panchatattvam Kam Krishnam Bhaktarupam Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindam Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Somebody else was supposed to. Okay. What? Yeah. What's Giriraj Maharaj? What's Giriraj Maharaj? Pranamanta.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya
भूतले श्रीमते गिरिराज स्वामी इति नामिने
एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गिरिराज स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गिरिराज स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते श्रीधर स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते श्रीधर स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते श्रीधर स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि जय His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Sridhar Swami Maharaj ki Gaur Premanande.
ಸಂಸಾರ ದಾವಾನಲಲಿದ ಲೋಕ ತ್ರಣಯ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಗನ ಗಣತ್ವ ಸಂಸಾರ ದಾವಾನಲಲಿದ ಲೋಕ ತ್ರಣಯ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಗನ ಗಣತ್ವ ಸಂಸಾರ ದಾವಾನಲಲಿದ ಲೋಕ ತ್ರಣಯ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಗನ ಗಣತ್ವಂ प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणर्नवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणर्नवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द 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 संसार दावानललिद लोक प्रणय कारुण्य गण गणत्व संसार दावानललिद लोक प्रणय कारुण्य गण गणत्व तस्य कल्याण गुणर्नवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
तस्य कल्याण गुणर्नवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम्
महाप्रभु कीर्तन नृत्य गीता वादित्रमाद्यान् मनसोर सेना
महाप्रभु कीर्तन नृत्य गीता वादित्रमाद्यान् मनसोर सेना
रोमाञ्चकाम्पा श्रुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
रोमाञ्चकम्पा श्रुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना शृङ्गार तन्मन्दिरमार्जनादो
विग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना शृङ्गार
युक्तस्य भक्तां च नियुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
युक्तस्य भक्तस्य नियुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम्
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत् प्रसादो स्वाद्वन तृप्तान् हरिभक्त संगा
चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत् प्रसादो स्वादन्न तृप्तान् हरिभक्त संगा
कृत्वैव तृप्ते भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
कृत्वैव तृप्तिं भजतां सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री
चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
श्री राधिका माधवयोरपार माधुर्य लीला गुणरूप नाम्ना
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 प्रतीक्षण स्वादन लोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
स्वादन लोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविंद वंदे गुरु श्री चरणारविंद निकुंजयूनो रतिकेली सिद्ध ययाली वीर्योक्तिरपेक्षणीया
निकुंजयूनो रतिकेली सिद्ध यायाली वीर्योक्तिरपेक्षणीया
तत्र तिदाक्षरतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
तत्र तिदाक्षरतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
साक्षाधारित्वेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भवेत एव सद्भिः
साक्षात् हरित्वेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भवेत एव सद्भिः
किन्तु प्रभुर्या प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
किन्तु प्रभुर्या प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादात् नगति गुतोऽपि
यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो
यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादात् नगति कुतोऽपि
यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो नगति कुतोऽपि
ध्यायं स्तुवां तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्या वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द ध्यायं स्तुवां तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्या वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द ध्यायं स्तुवां तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्या वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
ध्यायं स्तुवां तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्यां वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द 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 वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्द
जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 प्रभुपाद
जय प्रभुपाद 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 प्रभुपाद
जय श्रीधर महाराज श्रीधर महाराज श्रीधर महाराज जय श्रीधर महाराज
गिरिराज महाराज गिरिराज महाराज गिरिराज महाराज जय गिरिराज महाराज
जय गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज जय गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज गिरिराज स्वामी नित्य गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
गौर हरि बोल
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पश्यत्य देशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे बोलो हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Radhe Hari Radha Radhe Hari Radhe, Radha Rasa Bihari Radha Rasa Bihari Radhe. Jaya Jagannatha Jagannatha Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Jagannatha Jagannatha Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Narsimha Dev Narsimha Dev Narsimha Dev, Jaya Narsimha Dev, Jaya Narsimha Dev Narsimha Dev Narsimha Dev, Jaya Narsimha Dev. Jaya Sitaram Lakshmana Bhakta Hanuman, Sitaram Lakshmana Bhakta Hanuman, Jaya Sitaram Lakshmana Bhakta Hanuman, Sitaram Lakshmana Bhakta Hanuman. Nitya Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitya Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Giriraj Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Jaya Giriraj Maharaj, Jaya Giriraj Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, Jaya Giriraj Maharaj. Jai Sridhar Maharaj, Sridhar Maharaj, Sridhar Maharaj, Jaya Sridhar Maharaj, Jaya Sridhar Maharaj, Sridhar Maharaj, Sridhar Maharaj, Jaya Sridhar Maharaj. Jai Jai Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jai Jai Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद अभय चरणारविंद भक्त वेदांत स्वामी शील प्रभुपाद की जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांत ठाकुर गोस्वामी महाराज की, गौर किशोर दास बाबाजी महाराज की, जगन्नाथ दास बाबाजी महाराज की, सच्चिदानंद भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर की, प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद की, श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरिराज गोवर्धन की, श्री श्री वृंदावन मथुरा धाम की, नवदीप मायापुर धाम की, पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की, श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी की, गंगा माई यमुना माई की, तुलसी देवी भक्ति देवी की, समवेत गौर भक्तवृंद की, व्यास पूजा महोत्सव की, हिज होलनेस श्रीधर स्वामी महाराज की, हिज होलनेस गिरिराज स्वामी महाराज की, निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki.